Was good. Alright, niggas. Back in action. Back, finish off this, she's all that breakdown. It's a lot of goddamn shit, man. Alright, so, when I left off, I was talking about, I was talking about what was I talking about? I was talking about but basically I'll take it from there. Basically was at the part where the lady well hold on, let me go back to my notes real quick. Oh my God. Alright, yeah, we was right there. Okay, yeah. Oh, I left something I wanted to speak on too, which was about Mackenzie, which is Zach's sister. Budweiser used to have a dog with a black eye as one of their mascots. His name was Spud Mackenzie, a dog, which I was just telling y'all. But I was telling y'all in the last video that Jesse and Mackenzie were both Anubis figures or whatnot. Anubis, they were emblematic of the Anubis energy and whatever. So I found that interesting. A lot of 90s nostalgia in this, well, it's in the 90s, but yeah, just bring a lot of shit back. But by the time this movie came out, Spud Mackenzie was already kind of like, he was a pop culture icon, but he had already began to like fade out or whatever. So, okay. So now, I just want to speak on that because I didn't get to get to it in that last installation. But, so now, alright. So I said shit about the Taylor. Alright, so now shit. Wow. Uh-oh. Excuse me. I had to bow. Well, that's a bad lineup right there. But yeah, so now Zach is at Laney's job or whatever. So when he get to Laney's job, she taking an order. She work at a sandwich shop or a gyro, what they say gyros or whatever. So you know, Greek food or whatever, which is stuff like gyros, falafels or whatever. So when they get to when they get to this scene right here, Laney's at the register, she's taking a man order, bald head man, and Zach comes through the door to talk to her to try to you know, see if he can make some headway with her or whatever. So he does that. He comes in, he's in the dude's taking his order. He's trying to figure out what he wants. He's undecided or whatever. And he's undecided. So he's taking the order, she's taking his order. And she's taking his order. Zach comes in, she tells the dude at the register, excuse me, they go decide to talk, whatever. So when they first start talking, the first thing Laney says is, "Well, I'm not. What do you want with me? I'm not smart." And the reason she said that is because she has the you know, the nerd look or whatever you want to call it, the glasses or whatever. So she's automatically under the assumption that he's coming. He's just like a jock coming to get some help with his academia situation or whatever. So she's like, I'm not smart. What do you want? He was like, nah, it's not that. He was like, I got a 4.0 GPA. Was that the same scene? I think Jesse tells her that or whatever. Okay, there, yeah. Well, he said he has the fourth largest GPA in the school. Yeah, yeah. So she was like, well, what do you want me with him? So he's trying to find a commonality or something, or woo woo. So she was like, I'm not smart, blah 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 blah. I can't help you, blah blah blah. And he was like, nah, it's not that, blah blah blah. So they going back and forth. So when she asked him, what do you want, or what do you want help with or whatever, and he didn't know what to say. So he, one of the situations where she asked him that, he didn't know what to say. So he looked down. When he looked down, he saw paint on her shoes, and that's when he got the idea. He looked back up and was like, art. So she tells him, well, I never seen you in none of my art classes. And he was like while he was trying to find out what his response to that, she was like, you must be in one of those, excuse me. She was like, you must be on one of them independent, you must be part of one of them independent study art classes. Well, I mean, she got it going on. Probably some shit he ain't know nothing about. But he gave an idea that he was like, well, she gave an idea. He was like, yeah, that's what it is, blah, 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 blah. So, they go back and forth. And then something happened, but then there's so many words. Jesse get up, because Jesse was in there. So, he hopped up and was like, she was like, well, what you, what are we supposed to do? Something I can't remember what actually led to Jesse getting up saying this, but he got up and was like, you could have my, he told Zach, well, you can have my ticket to the show at the Jester tonight. And the Jester is basically a performance arts theater. So she hit him like, oh, whatever, like, what you doing? He trying to make it. She like, fuck this shit. Jesse like, hold up, man. Let's see what's going on here. This is interesting. We might need to see where this is going. And she was like, I don't like the smell of it. It's some bullshit. Far as Zach showing her that attention or whatever. So well, she tell him, so we'll go. Basically, tell him she not smart. She can't help him. He do the art thing or whatever. So she was like, all right, meet me at the Jester tonight. She was like, meet me at the Jester tonight. So there we have again. Well, you have Jesse being the waymaker, so to speak, or the one who he adds on to the he plays a part in bringing them closer and closer together by giving Zach his ticket to the Jester. And the Jester, like I said, it's a performance arts theater, which is where Laney was supposed to perform at that night or whatever. So yeah, now to take it back to the man at the register. He was ordering like a falafel or something. So he kept talking about the balls. He was like, you'll see his whole dialogue in the movie, they was talking about balls and shit or whatever, but he was talking about falafel balls. But the reason that they put they were talking about the balls, or they put the emphasis on the balls in that scene, is because the balls were making a reference to the spears of light, the 8 spears of light. The 8 spears of light are round balls of light that was the head of the creation was the head of the creation of the universe or the earth or whatever, as well as the shape of the planet Earth itself. So that's why they kept saying that. So he was trying to but I'll take it back a little bit, rewind a little bit in the scene. When she was kind of going back and forth with Zach, he was like the dude at the register was like like I said, he was undecided. So he was trying to figure out what he wanted, and what he said what he said? Oh, that's what it was. When he was trying to figure out what he wanted, he was like, I'm torn. Now, when he says this, you have Zach and you have Laney. Now, we'll just for the sake of we'll just say for the sake of argument, not for the sake of argument, but just for the sake of, we'll just say that Laney and Zach are soulmates or whatever that was destined to meet each other, or was supposed to meet up in that lifetime or whatever. Now, we'll just say that for this movie in particular. Now, I went and looked at when I pulled up the movie online on Google. I went and looked up the sequel because they had a sequel that came out not too long ago, but it was called He's All That. So, and I was looking at the cast. Now, I haven't seen the movie. I haven't watched it yet, but Freddie Prinze Jr., which is the guy who plays Zach in this, what I'm breaking down now, he's not in the movie, so I don't know, what happened, in the next movie, or did they ever go on, whatever happened or whatever. But that shit that was, well, I'll come back to that. But yeah, so but we'll just say these two were supposed to be together. They was, but they didn't know each other. They didn't know. So we can even go back. Oh shit, man. We can even go back to when they initially made the bet and how the whole thing came along. So you will look at how this shit came about and be like, oh, they made a bet. So so basically Zach would have to find a girl, act like he like her, find a girl that they don't that's generally not considered attractive. And make her attractive enough to win prom queen, which was so basically you're gonna be fucking with somebody that you don't have a genuine interest in, but which is Laney, but you have a genuine interest in her, but you're gonna have to put her under some type of impression that you do so that you can get her to go to the prom with you and get voted as prom queen. Now, one would say that's some fucked up shit, because you think about it, if a motherfucker did that to you, you'd be like, and you find out at the end, oh, this motherfucker was just trying to win a bet with me, that'd be fucked up. So we'll say that even sometimes even the bullshit, even shit that's not that we would consider undesirable may be initiating something that has a little deeper meaning to it though. So you would say, that's why I was saying all the characters interact. So you look at Zach as the good guy or the Osirian figure or whatever, but or the yang, which is the light, but the light has that little drop of darkness in it. So even though he may be a good guy, and in these circumstances, he partook of a little of the set energy, or the quote unquote bad guy energy, whatever, by even initiating or getting him to the bet with him. But the bet, although it may have had a shady background or a shady origin, even though how this whole shit came about had a shady origin, um, it still brought these two together who found out that they actually did genuinely liked each other, but it took these circumstances, it took them having to go through a transformation process. Her more so than him, but his transformation process was more so of an inner process. Hers was more so of she didn't need the inner process. She needed to learn. She basically was like, you could look at Lainey as somebody who was conscious or goddess, but her social life she was a goddess within, but her social life of who she was as a human or the life around her or whatever, she didn't partake of it too much. So you can say she had basically what the movie is exhibiting when you watch it is that, and what Zach was trying to tell her, which we'll get into shortly, but he was trying to tell her, man, he was trying to tell her not in these words, but he was trying to tell her you got to have some balance in life. You know what I'm saying? So, you got to have some balance and shit. So, this was more so like, to me, it was more so like Lady, with that goddess energy. That's cause see what you even hear. I'll give you an example. That's like when you go watch The Matrix. When Morpheus told Neo, basically to be careful because the same people that we're trying to save in the Matrix are potential enemies or whatever, or could be a potential threat or whatever. So when you take that back to Lainey is a recluse. She's more of an introvert. You know what I'm saying? She don't, which I can understand too, because I have a part of that. I make I'm both basically. We all could be both, but I'm both. I'm like, I can just looking at my whole life and analyzing it. I have a considerable introvertness about myself. But I'm not a total introvert because the world, I always been a popular person and people are always drawn to me. So I never really had room to be a total recluse because I always had to deal with people, and I'm not a total recluse. I know depending on who I'm around, who I'm with, I can mingle and mesh well. So you might catch me in one setting and I'm quiet as hell, but if you catch me in another setting and you be like, damn, that nigga there, he's more social than I usually see him or whatever. So, and but when he told him that, that's just like the world in general. I mean, just that's what Lainey would be exhibiting. She's like, I'm not fucking with too many of these, I'm a loner, so I'm not fucking with too many of these people because it's fucked up out there. I already know how people in general are in this world we live in today, which you will see in the movie. So, which shit, how she even got into the whole goddamn equation was through some mischievous type shit. So, yeah. So, same thing. It's like you don't have to say, like, I understand it perfectly. I'm not the guy that's standing back like, looking at the rest of the world like, look at all those animals or no shit like that. Like generalizing everybody. But I know when you look out into the world, you look out into the masses, I'm conscious of the fact that it's probably more motherfuckers that fucked up out there than there is not. So when you when you come outside of yourself or you go out to the world and you start mixing and mingling and doing whatever you gotta do in the world, that's something you're supposed to keep in mind, so you can be a little more careful about who you even let in your circle or you let in your space and who space you choose to go around and how friendly you are. You might be at the job, and you and Dave might be the coolest. Might be one of your favorite coworkers, but then Danny or Jeff over here might be they might be cool, but you might get to fucking with them and it might switch. It's just it's some real zombie apocalypse type shit. So and you understand when you become truly conscious, you go through that phase. You come to an understanding that hell, because just being conscious kind of has a way of singling you out or kind of putting you on the spot or kind of making you feel a little different than the average Joe. So yeah. So when you look at Lainey, it was more about with her thing. It was more so about it was more so like, okay, yeah, you are God, you conscious, you spiritual, whatever you want to call it, but you're gonna have to come out of that shell. Yeah, you might be the black sheep when you step around the masses. That's for conscious people too. You might be different from the average Joe, or different from on a different type of time than the rest of the masses is on. But you still don't. This is not Tibetan shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the luxury to go unless you do, and which you do whatever you want to do. But we won't even say you don't have a luxury. We'll go as far. I guess I put it to say, what the movie was trying to convey was, although you may not be as social as some people are, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but you don't want to be totally antisocial because you have to go out to the world and do things. She's going to have to go out to the world. Right now it's school, home. But eventually you're going to have to go out to the world and make a living. So what he was doing, what Zach was doing, without even knowing, was basically helping her prepare herself to have to be more social than she would maybe want to be, due to the fact that she has to go off into the world. They about to grow up if they senior year in high school and shit. So so I thought that was interesting. For my analyzation of it. And with Zach, it was more so of a having to be a little less shallow and find out some shit about who he was within. So it's like he had the social part figured out. The popular, coolest kid in school, whatever. Parents got money and shit and all that. So he had that figured out. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't a bad guy, but I think what he represented in the relationship or the movie was somebody who had to go back within, and when he went within, or he basically somebody's word, when he stepped outside of his boundaries, or he stepped outside of not his boundaries, he stepped outside of his comfort zone, his everyday thing. Just like Lainey had to step out of her everyday thing, and they had to add a little bit more seasoning salt to each other's get down or whatever. So what he had to do was learn how to kind of go within more so. But that was represented with him and Lainey when he started when him and Lainey finally started getting cool. He started wanting to spend time with her by himself. That represented a withdrawal from, and you will see it in the movie, they speak to it, somebody says something like, hey, you ain't been around or something. You will see it in the movie. I can't remember what was actually said. But when you look at the movie, you'll catch it. So on one hand, on one hand, or the original Zach, or the everyday Zach. He always with his boys and shit, or with the gang, or whatever. Him and the girls, and because they all a clique. Gabriel, his gal, or his ex gal, and her clique, and he had his clique, and they all hung together or whatever. But when he started working on the Laney experiment, they started noticing like he was, even this scene we're finna get into, it's what kind of woke me up to it. But so he, even though he was, instead of being with his clique, he was more so with Laney. Laney represented his inner self, or represented his soulmate or whatever. So what he was doing, while he was teaching her to be more social, she was teaching him how to, hey, it's cool to be social, but tone it down a little bit. Like, learn how to go within, and not always be around, have to always be around, just say people or whatever. This is all these things that I see when I'm watching a movie. So basically, so many words, it's about balance. That's like my mom, my old man, and my pops, which go back to what I was just saying about my persona, so to speak, or how I am. My old man is a quiet cat. He ain't the most social nigga in the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, the last social circle I seen that nigga had was shit, and I was like in the 3rd grade or something. That's when my first 2 friends I ever had outside of school. You go to school, you automatically make a little school friends, whatever. But the first friends that I had, I really just hung out with outside of school, they stayed like next door to us when I was in like the 1st grade or something like that. And they would my partner, they old man and his mama, they'll come over, they'll come to the crib and play dominoes and shit. And that was really the. Now let me bag up, cause my old man, his social thing, the social side of him, when I got to see his social side, was growing up, him and my uncles and shit playing dominoes or whatever, and kicking and talking shit or whatever, and that's first and foremost. That was going on ever since I was, when I was born and shit. But then that went to, then by the time I got around to the 1st grade or whatever, that's when I met my partner there, and they start his old man, his mama started kicking him with him, whatever, and they'd be doing their thing or whatever. And that was, I seen him in a social setting like that, and then it was like after that little phase, when we moved from over there or whatever, like everybody kind of went their own way. My uncle then moved out of town. My other uncle, my uncle Walt, he passed. We made the transition or whatever, and it was just like from that point on, I didn't really ever just see him with a social life. You know what I'm saying? And he just not a teenager. Yeah, like I say, just like me, he get it like when they all around playing dominoes and all that shit. He talking shit too. He ain't just sitting all quiet and shit. But wow, he's a quiet nigga. I can see that in me. I can see that part of him. I can see that part of him in me. Then on the flip side, you got another part of me where I could be the life of the party, or I could be a quote unquote social butterfly if I choose to be. I more naturally lean towards being more quiet, reserved, and laid back. But I can be social, but it takes a little bit more effort to be social. You know what I'm saying? So for me to be social, but I can be, like I said, depending on who it is or that I'm around or whatever. So yeah. So basically that's what this thing was about. So to go back to the register, he says I'm torn. When he says I'm torn, that's representing the divide between these two people who are supposed to come together. Which he was in between them, literally. Lady was taking his order. He was at the register, and then Zach came in. After he was like behind them in the line, or he stepped to the side, but he was literally in between them, whatever. So like I said, he was talking about the ball. Then was all said and done. He was like, "Okay, I know what I want." He was talking about the falafel. I don't know if you know what the falafel. Some of y'all may not know what the falafel is, but the falafel is like a wrap with like chickpea balls in it or whatever. So they making a joke with the balls thing. He was like, "Oh, what kind of balls are those?" You'll see it when I can't remember exactly what was said, but you'll see it when you watch it. And then when it was all said and done, he was like, "Can I supersize my balls?" So she looked at the nigga, did the shit, whatever, took the order, and that was that. But even that, he said, "Can I supersize my balls?" He said, "Supersize the balls." They talking about how everything started from this small dot or point in the universe and expanded and grew bigger, and supersized or whatnot. So yeah, that was that. Now here's where the magic starts. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, when they was talking and he was trying to figure, he didn't know how to come at her. So she was like, "Well, what you came to talk to me about, whatever." And he didn't have an answer. So you know how sometimes you fuck up, you look down. When he looked down, he seen when he looked down, he seen the paint on her shoes or whatever. And then that made him say art. Even though he didn't fuck with art, he knew that she did, and that would be a way to have a common bond or whatever. So by her saying when she came in, like I said, she told him, "I'm not smart." Now we got to understand what she was trying to say. She wasn't trying to tell a nigga. She wasn't saying she's a dummy. What she was saying was, "I'm not public school smart. I'm not smart I'm not smart because I go to school, memorize a bunch of shit, and make A's and B's. People consider that smart." So she was saying, I'm not smart like that. Because obviously she's not an idiot when you look at her character, just by the things that she's interested in. I'll show you that. So you will be like, "Well, why does she tell him she's not smart?" She's trying to tell him, I'm an artist. See, and that's how it is with a lot of artists. Like, she was like, "I'm an artist. I'm not interested in calculus, and I might look like a nerd and all that shit, but I'm not interested in, I do that shit, but I'm not that, I'm not the girl you just come to with. Last Laney about how to do the geometry shit. She knows, she wears glasses. She try to tell me I'm not smart like that." And a lot of people who base their intelligence, they IQ off of, or based how smart they are, how smart they think they are on what they do in school, that could have a negative effect because being smart is more than just schoolwork or whatever. Being smart is just or being wise. It's just about being wise about things in life. Period. What she was, you see, you'll see when we get to the scene or whatever. So that's what she was trying to tell him. Like, I'm not one of them type of smart people. I'm not a robot type of smart. So then in the conversation, he said he told her he had the fourth largest GPA or whatever. And then go back to the shoes thing. He seen it. He connected with her through the paint on the shoes, which invoked the thought of art. So keep that in mind as we go to where we finna go next. So they go to the show with the Jester. Now this is where the magic begins. Now this is Zach's initiation into magic. Art is magic. That's what the art is representing in this movie, which is represents period. But when he go to the show at the Jester, that's almost like he was going into a temple to be initiated into the magic or whatever. Just watch the scene when the scene first come on. He's sitting there, he watching the show. Now you gotta understand, he's in foreign territory. He's not an artist like that. He's not into art like that. So he's sitting in this this theater, and they watching a play or they watching this little performance. Now in the performance, you have this on the stage, you got like I always say it's a sheep, but it's like something like a sheep, but it's like on the ground, and it got 3 people under it. Like, you know how it would be if you was, you under the sheet. If you had a sheet on the ground, or you had a sheet over your head, and you was like on the floor and doing like this, you'd see your arms and shit poking out or whatever. It was one of them type of things. And you could hear a voice saying the fetus rises, and the fetus can't really make out what he was saying, but I caught the fetus. So when he was trying, so this is the part of the movie. I think I caught when I first saw it. I think this one of the things that made me keep watching it too. I can't remember exactly how it happened. I don't know if, because now I'm starting to get the feeling that I saw that scene first. I'm starting to think I saw that scene first, and that made me go look at the title. I can't remember, but I'll just go as far as to say that this was a key figure. I mean, this was a key scene right here. That once I saw this scene, I was like, yeah, this movie is about the creation of the universe, or the creation process, or whatever. So he's looking at the play or whatever. The dude, they under the sheet or whatever, and they the dude you hear the voice saying, "The fetus rises," or some shit he was saying. Now, in the background of the stage, you're gonna see movie screens, or you're gonna see screens or whatever. And then on these screens, you're gonna be seeing natural disasters and stuff like that. So, but it's like 4 or 5 different screens or whatever. And then they got one screen that's sitting right where this sheet or whatever the shit is that they under on the stage is, right, the screen right over that. You're gonna see a whirlwind. But you see, it's gonna flash because all this shit is flashing. So it's flashing. It's flashing. I think I'm gonna go back and show y'all this shit. Some of this shit on, like I said, on the pictures or whatever that I drew for the creation process, so you can actually see it. But like I said, all you gotta do if you go watch the series Star Power and the Creation of the Earth, Birth of the Sun series I did, you'll see the shit I'm referencing to, like this part right here. When you see, you gonna see the just like I was breaking down the other videos. You got the middle point where everything started at, and then you have that's the point from where the first spear of light rose or departed from that center position and went north or upward. But before that, you got the center point of the universe, you got the light at the bottom, you got the darkness at the top. But the darkness had a whirlwind in it spinning, which was Shu. That's a Kemetic god of air. So, what sets off the whole creation process is when this whirlwind sucks up the light, or sucks the light, that spirit from the center point, and the other 7 follow behind that. So when you see that, so basically what happens when you see all these cataclysmic events in the background on these screens, but what they were trying to what these things represented was chaos. They represented the violent aspects of creation. You know, a lot of that shit you see in, when you look at Revelations, even though we may be living in Revelations now, but a lot of the stuff you see in Revelations are actually explaining of the creation process. You know, earthquakes and fire and brimstone and the 4 horsemen and all that shit. All that shit is Revelations. A lot of the shit that was prophesied in Revelation is now coming to a head now. But a lot of that natural disaster shit was really showing you all the shit that was happening when the earth was in formation. And now the shit is still happening. It's just not happening in one all. It just one. So people, they had you thinking that the rapture was gonna be the earth just blew up or all this whole wild shit. But when you look at the rapture aspect of Revelations, all that shit is happening right now. You got earthquakes in some places. You got fires over here. You got everything, all the natural disasters, all the violent, or chaotic type of shit that took place when the earth was being created. Those things still happen. They just don't all happen in like one smorgasbord. Though, this shit is spread out. It happens just like the whole departure of the spear light from the center growing up could be seen as like a volcanic explosion or whatever. You still have volcanoes on the planet to this day. So that and so that's what they represented. Now after that whirlwind, like I said, each screen was just flashing different shit. So the whirlwind, the screen up right above where this sheet or whatever they was in was at. The screen right above that is where you see the tornado flash, and then after the tornado flash, you see this dude pop up out of the blanket or the bag, whatever you want to call it, whatever that shit was. He popped up out of it, and then when he popped up out of it, two midgets or little people hop out with him. He's in the middle with sugar britches. I call him. This shit was funny, man. This nigga, he popped up. It was funny because why I'm laughing is because I always think about when I think about this scene, I always think about Zach in the scenario, because Zach, this is not his thing. See, everybody else sitting in there, this ain't no, they used to this shit. They artists, or they into the arts. So this is just like another day. That nigga, man, you gotta look at his position. This ain't his get down. He don't know what the fuck going on. He looking at the screen. He see this nigga on the middle. He see this damn thing in the middle of the stage, moving around and shit, looking like something about to crawl up out of it. This dude in there talking some shit. He don't know what to do. Like I said, all I remember, he said some shit like "snark, the fetus rises" or some old shit. He said something about the fetus though. But I don't know what. I couldn't really make out. I had to go back and listen a little closer to see if I could catch what he was saying. But after the whirlwind flashed on that screen right above that shit was funny. I don't know, it's just the way that nigga looked. But anyway, we gonna get to it. But when the whirlwind flashed on the screen, right after that, you see this tall dude bust out the little sheet or whatever, and the two little people come out on the side of him. So you got him in the middle, and then they start making circles. They start walking around him or running around him in a circle. So the first thing that brought to my mind was the atom, with the neutron in the middle and the proton and the electron spinning around it or whatever. So when I saw that, I said, yeah, this movie's on or something. That was, now I'm starting to remember a little clearer. That was the scene that I think I seen that. I might be lying. But I want to say, if my memory serves me correct, I might be tripping though, because I'm always trying to figure out like, I'm always trying to remember as clear as I can how I became acquainted with this movie. So I want to say I saw that part and that made me go. I think I cut the TV on, and it was on that part, or somehow I flipped to that channel, that part of the movie, and that was what made me go look at the title. I can't remember. It don't really matter. It's me, my personal shit. Don't even worry about it. But he busts up out of that thing. They start running around him or whatever. They start making circles around him. So what he represented was the middle pillar. Like I said, you go watch the video, the Serious Star Power video. He represented the middle pillar, and the two pygmies represented. They represented the outer terrain or the flanks or whatever. So he represented the inner duct. They represented the outer terrain, the powder. Hold on real second. Let me just blow my nose. Alright. So your boy Mitch, that's his name. Mitch bust about the middle of this shit. You got the two pygmies running around him or whatever. He represents the 8 spheres of light that went up the middle. That's why he's in the middle. Then they represent all the energy that went to the planks. When that energy rolls through the middle, you had some that went straight up, and you had some that went to the planks. If you don't follow my work, just go watch. Like I say, I'll say it again. Try to make this the last time. Go watch the Syrian. Matter of fact, each time we have a Syrian star power moment or creation of the earth, birth of the sun moment, I just say SP moment or Syrian serious star power moment, and just keep it pushing. That means go watch that, and you'll see what I'm saying in that shit. Okay. So yeah. Now he has on. See, that's why I was laughing. Cause when that nigga bust up out the joint. Before I go to that, let me break this down too, cause it's pygmies. You don't know what a pygmy is. Pygmy is basically a leprechaun of little people. We call them the twa people. Some people say that pygmy is a derogatory term or whatever, but that's what we outside of leprechaun, the little people or midgets or whatever. When you start going into academia and studying or whatever, or you start studying history of Africa and all that, you'll see the Twa people, the Twadadana, which is another the Twadadana. You got the Twadadana, that's Celtic. And the Twadadana is basically the Twadadana. It's the woman. It's like the Notre Dame. It's Twadadana. I'll give you a perfect example. Twadadana. Twadadana is basically referring to the Twa people and the Queen or the Fair Lady. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Perfect example. The 7 Dwarfs, 7 spears in the middle. Snow White represents the frozen state, which would be the moon, while it was still attached to the earth before it detached from the earth. And the 7 dwarves represented the 7 spirits of light in the middle. You can also say she represented not only the moon, Snow White, because the moon was created when a considerable amount or all of the light left from within the spirit that was created by the light in the dark and left it frozen barren or whatever. So you got the Snow White, and then you can also see her as the 8th, because it was 8 spirits, but you don't see her as the 8th because she's the leader of them. The first spirit was the leader, or Sirius, that went, and the 7 followed. So, but it's gonna be another scene in the movie where I think they're gonna be at the lunch table or something like that. And you're gonna see a bottle of water in the background. It's gonna say Dannon on it. With the what with? Just look. You pay attention when you watch the movie. You're gonna see a scene where it's a bottle of water that say Dannon. It's gonna be Dannon water on it. That's the Dawn, the Twilight Dawn, and the Dawn. Now for the pygmy thing, interesting thing, when I pulled up this movie on Google, it actually was an adaptation of a book called The Pygmalion, which I thought was interesting because the movie has pygmies in it, or little people in it. And the Pygmalion was about I never read the Pig. I don't know. I never even heard of it until I pulled it. When I pulled this movie up on Google. So and basically it said the Pygmalion was a book that was about the differences between different social classes or whatever. Which when you watch this movie, she's all that. Now this movie isn't. This movie is mainly about a love story. Now, like I said, I don't know. I never read the Pygmalion, so I'm not sure how much changed in between the book and the adaptation of it, which is the movie She's All That. But I did see they said the Pygmalion was about different social classes, and I did see the subtle and not so. There's one scene where one of the characters actually spoke to it. Outside of that, everything else is just subtle. You just see it. You know what I'm saying? For example, Lainey will represent. She be a representation of where niggas come from, ghetto nigga or the hood nigga, but she just not in the goddamn projects nowhere. They try to show you her relative, how because they're not poor in the movie, but okay, I'm gonna show you. Now, where we come from, we wouldn't necessarily consider Lainey and her family as poor, right? Her daddy, she got a house. It's not a mansion. They got a nice house on the hill, out in Cali Hills. Her old man has his own company. He has his own pool cleaning company. So he even has his own company. But still in all, so we was to look at that, and he take care of family. So somebody that's really come from a fucked up financial situation, they would look at that and be like, that's not poor. But if you take somebody above them, like Zach and all his friends, because they the rich kids, they would look at that as poor. Not saying that they did in the movie, or Zach would, but to them, what Lainey them doing would be considered poor. Even look at the nigga, where he's a pool cleaner. The L and the R. No, I told you, Kemet, the L and the R is interchangeable. So when you take the L out, that's what you gotta watch for too. There's a lot of that they play with the L and R in the movie. When you take the L out and put the R there, you have poor. So what they were trying to show you with the movie is he represents. He was the representative of poor people, but not poor in the sense of no pot to piss in, no window to throw it out. Relatively poorness, or poor compared to who she was about to end up interacting with. So and then another thing you see when you see it at, you'll see Zach. Zach pulls up to her house. He got a black and gold Jeep. That's another thing that caught my eye too. The black and gold, the light and the dark. That's an alchemical match at the black and gold. Even when you go back to Kemet, you see Anubis with the black dog with the gold decorations and crown and all that. So when he pulled up to the house, Laney's father is outside by his truck. So when he pulled up, you see Zach's modern or more up to date Hummer, and then you also see her daddy's work truck, which is kind of like a little rough around the age, a little old, which made me say, damn, this nigga, he a high school kid. Yeah, hold on a second. Alright, so when I saw the Hummer, and then I saw the Hummer, and I saw the truck in the same scene together, it kind of woke me up to that. I was like, oh, okay, I see this. It kind of stuck out to me before I even went and read that part about the Pygmalion and found out that she's all that was an adaptation of a book that was about talking about the differences between different social classes or whatever. I just saw that. I was like, damn, that's interesting. Back to the Jester. So they get the Jester, and the guy's name was Mitch. He popped out. He had a underwear. He had a diaper on. He had the diaper on when he popped up. That's why I started laughing. Because when he popped out, the way your boy Zach was looking, you could tell he kind of fucked him up. So, but they had the diaper on him because he represented the baby Jesus or the baby Horus or the baby Hey. That's what he was supposed to represent. Even when you're looking at the Syrian star power moment, when you're looking at the center point, that's the Hey Rule or the Christ energy or whatever. The baby Jesus. He had the Eros or Harmaku, the baby Horus, the baby in the egg. That's what the thing represented that he was in. It represented the egg, and when they busted out, you had two pigs on the side of them running around them in a circle. Now one of them said, so they all run around them and they each have a slight monologue. So it was a white girl, a white pygmy, and a black dude. So the white girl goes around them in a circle, and then she comes up and says, eh, 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 eh. Now that represented the word. When they say in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and what basically, even what Mitch was doing when he was in the egg, when they was still in there, and he was talking, represented the word too. When she came out, she represented. She's like eh, 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 eh. She represented the voice or the word. But it wasn't an actual. But you'll even see that when you start dealing with different, looking at different deities and stuff like that, like AIA or another word for God, AIEI, I got it somewhere, ancient Egypt, out of the world. But she says that, and then the black dude comes around. He says, "I want to be like Mike." Now, you would think that was just. You like okay, he says that, and then the white girl has another line when she says my soul is an island, my car is a Ford. So you would think that's some deep shit or something. This nigga just comes out there and says, I want to be like Mike, some old regular. But see, now let me talk about that part. Syrian star power moment as well. Now first and foremost, a lot of y'all might not know about the Like Mike campaign or whatever. which was a like Mike was a commercial, or the theme song of a commercial. Like Mike, if I could be like Mike, from the '90s, for Michael Jordan. So from the '90s, so kind of hot in a bit. So when he said I want to be like Mike, I want to be like Mike, and now to understand that scene, you go to the Syrian Star Power moment. You will see when all this shit took place, it looked like a Mike when the Earth was being created. It looked like a Mike. I showed you that last year. I think it's in one of them. I did like 20 videos for the Syrian Star Power thing. This one you'll see the. You won't necessarily see this. I might have spoke to it, but I doubt it. You won't necessarily. You'd be better. You wouldn't necessarily see this scene or be able to. If you go to the creation of the Earth, birth of the Sun videos, you won't. I didn't get into the mic. I spoke them up, but you're more so better off going to watch the Syrian Star Power video to understand what I'm going to tell you right now. But I think it's like the third. I think it's like third to last or something like that. The third to last. I did like 20, so I think it's like it's somewhere towards the end though. If you ain't seen none of them yet, you can watch all the motherfuckers anyway. But I know some of y'all probably seen them, and you might not want to have to go through all that shit. So I just say it's somewhere around the third to last video I did where I broke down how Mike, how when you go to the Beat It video. Well, first and foremost, I show you how this shit resembled a microphone, which you can go back and say resembled Michael Jackson too, because Michael Jackson got the afro, just like the microphone looks like an afro. So but I broke down how I showed you how when you go look at Michael Jackson, the end of the Beat It video, when you look at that part where he come out, he jump when he at the end right before he turned to the movie screen, when he come out, he do that kick, then he spin, and then he do this, and when he do this, they show the camera go to the camera start shooting what's over there. They show the nigga, so it's almost like Mike threw something at him, and then they show it. It's like Mike threw something this way, and then they show the motherfucker getting hit with it, and it's like when he started, shaking like he's being electrocuted. And then Mike started back dancing and shit. I showed you how that was a performative reenactment or symbolic representation of one of the parts of creation of the one of the parts in the creation of the planet or whatever. You go watch it, you'll see it. Just like this scene is a representation of that, a representation of the beginning point or the Big Bang, so to speak, or when everything first started kicking off or whatever. So so you go watch that, you will see it. And now to go back to the Like Mike thing, Like Mike was about Michael Jordan. It was for a commercial for Michael Jordan. But Michael Jackson's career, or one of Michael Jackson's one of the themes of Michael Jackson, if you really pay attention to, was Like Mike was not only being a bad motherfucker with what he did, but showing other motherfuckers how to be a bad motherfucker like him. And you'll see that when you go watch some of his videos, and you see the kids dressed up like them or imitating him, and they dancing like him and shit. That represents the Like Mike thing. The not only am I going to do this, I'm gonna teach y'all how to do it. So I'm not gonna be stingy with this gift. I'll show you how to work your magic as well. That's what the whole thing represented. Just like with consciousness and what I do, you know what I'm saying? I try to give you an example or show you how Now, I try not to show. I don't want to tell you how to think. I want to show you how to think. So I show you how I think and how I come to certain conclusions, and maybe you'll be able to pick up on it and start using the way that I come to conclusions or the way that I put things together, and start having your own revelations if you're not already on that level or whatever. So you got the Like Mike. Now let's take it back to Jesse, which is Laney's homeboy, Mackenzie, which is Zach's sister, Jesse and Mackenzie, Jam, Jam. Go to the Jam video, Michael Jackson, early 90s, late mid 90s, something like that. You go to that video, Michael Jordan in that video. Now, at the end of the video, they shoot the video in the gym, and it's it's a real star-studded event, a whole lot of cameos or whatever. And when they get at the end of the video, the last two people left in the gym is Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson. And it's dark. Michael Jordan got Michael Jackson in there secretly showing him dance moves. He's doing it in secret because he's Michael Jordan. It's kind of an ego thing when I look at it. The way they, when you look at it, it's like what I got from it was, well, I can't let nobody see. I'm the greatest basketball player ever, or whatever. I'm considered to be the greatest basketball player ever by a lot of people. I'm one of the, I'm big bad Michael Jordan. I can't let nobody see me in a student position. When really, that's crazy thinking, because you could be great one thing and have to learn how to do another thing. So you might be a karate master, but a nigga gotta have to show you how to ride a goddamn motorcycle or some shit, or you trying to learn some other shit, you gonna have to sit down and learn that shit. You not gonna, you ain't gonna be the guru in that moment. You gotta sit your ass down and listen, and then learn till you become a great one or whatever. When you look at Michael Jordan, and this ain't to knock him, and I look at it. It was like when you look at and how they was trying to show you, Mike showing him that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Hold up, we gonna get it right. Fuck that. It's a foot moment. Woo. Now, in this video, hold up, man. You blow my nose one more time. Shit. Alright, let's hope I don't have to do that again. So, man, look, when you go watch that video, the Jam video, man, watch how when that nigga Mike slide his foot, Michael Jackson, when he slide that foot and pop that hoe back on the ground, man, I don't know what that nigga, that shit sounded like fire. That boy say, man, this boy is like a that nigga Mike that did bullshit with that shit. That boy, pay attention to that shit. I don't know what to get out of it or what you want. But that nigga slid, that shit was like fire. That boy say pop. I say wow. But he was showing Michael Jordan dance moves and shit. So he was taking that was ill. He was taking the guy. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know if the Like Mike campaign was before or after the Jam video came out. I'm not sure. But in so many words, he was taking the guy who the Like Mike theme song was wrote for and showing that nigga how to be like Mike. Showing that nigga how to be like Mike. That was hell of a shit right there. Or show you, never underestimate the power of Michael Jackson, you imbecile. But that shit, that was loud. But So I thought that was interesting. Like I said, you got Jesse and Mackenzie in the movie or whatever. So you go back and watch the Syrian Star Power thing. It should be one. It's like if it's 20 videos, it's probably 17 or something like that. I can't remember. But I thought that goddamn camera was. I'm gonna be mad enough. I thought that shit cut off. But yeah, and you will see a whole lot of Michael Jackson shit when you go watch that series or whatever. Go watch that and then factor what I'm telling you in right now into that, and you will see how this shit is all coming together. Big boy shit, real talk. But and that's some of the greatest shit ever. I ain't saying that because it's me. That creation of the earth, birth of the sun, and that Syrian Star Power, that's some of the baddest shit ever. That's legendary. It may just seem like a nigga rant or a nigga talking and shit. It's legendary shit. That shit is legend. That's important. And how well you can grasp and understand that says a lot about you, if you can. And if you don't, that also says a lot about you. But back to the movie. So we back at the Jester. So he said, I want to be like Mike or whatever. And at first, when I first saw, I was like, because a lot of these movies, man, they'll have niggas doing dumb shit or just they'll have niggas doing. The white person be doing some deep shit, and the nigga just be on some typical nigga shit. So when you hear I want to be like Mike, first thing you think is like typical nigga shit. But on just like, but why she gets to say something all deep, some shit you gotta figure out. My soul is an island, and my car's a Ford, which that car's a Ford part, wasn't really deep. It wasn't really deep at all. But it was meant to be presented as something deep or whatever. Now Ford, you gonna see Ford come up a lot in this. Come up in this movie too. Preston, they're gonna say what his parents do. And he says, the old man is the owner of the Harrison Ford Car Company. Harrison, that's Heru. Heru, Hercules, Harry, Krishna, and son, Christ's son. You already know what to deal with that, but Harry's son. And say he's the owner. And the name of the school they go to is Harrison. You're gonna see him walking through the and even when you look at his Letterman, when you look at Zach Letterman, you got the H on it. H, the eighth letter of the alphabet. Eight spheres of light created the universe, or popped up from the center to begin the creation process of the universe. So and then she got that part, and then she says that thing about the Ford. She said, "My soul is an island, my car's a Ford." So Ford, I mean, if you take the L out, turn the R to an L, you'll have fold. So maybe they're talking about the unfolding of the universe, or the folding over of the physical over the spiritual. Because you was the spiritual body first, then but not to get too stuck right there. Everybody say they lines, and like I say, he had to. It was funny because when I was looking at the nigga Mitch, I'm looking at him. I'm like, I love how he sugar britches. He got some. You could tell he was you could tell he was gay or whatever. I'm just by looking at him. But it was funny because when I said that when I was looking at the movie, and then when it was funny because when I went pulled up, he's all that, the new movie or whatever. When I pulled that shit up, when they showed his picture, he was in drag. So I was like, yeah, I knew it. It was just funny to me or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Cause he wasn't playing gay in the movie, but you could just tell by the way he looked when he was talking at the when he was talking to trying to get Zach to come on stage. You could tell. But I just thought it was funny. It was just funny to me because I wasn't a big deal. I wouldn't even be talking about it unless if it wasn't for the fact that when I went to the new movie, when I pulled up He's All That, they had his picture, but he was in drag or whatever. But it ain't no big deal. Just that shit was just, I don't know. Maybe my humor deal. That shit was just funny to me. But yeah. So they doing their thing, and then she says my soul is a Ford or some shit. I mean my soul is the island, my car's a Ford. And then all three of them just fall back to the ground. And then Laney comes out. Now the whole while when Zach was sitting in the crowd, she was on the stage in the back getting ready to come out and do her part. Hold up, man. Shit. Nose. So now while Mitch and the two little people on stage doing their thing, before they fell to the ground, they show one part of the scene with Laney in the background. She don't have her glasses on, and she's painted all white. Her face is painted all white. She got on all white. She got black lipstick on, and she got on black lipstick. She's representing the moon. The white represented the white light of the moon, and her lips represented the her face would be the yang, and her lips would be the yin, the darkness and the light. All white face, black lips. So a white face represented the white light of the moon, and the black part of her lips represented or the black lips represented the darkness of space or whatever, which is the backdrop of the moon. So they show her, and you can actually, now for me, I'm different. I always like girls who had that look like Laney. You know what I'm saying? As far as with the nerd look or whatever, or the glasses. I like chicks with glasses or whatever. And those are usually a lot of times, the chicks with the glasses or whatever. A lot of times, at least when I was growing up, a lot of the girls used to have the glasses. They would be slim built like Laney. The girls who wanted fast, like, we had a lot of fast girls thicker than shit. These others was thick. We've been dealing with thickness since the 5th grade. I'm talking about we in the 5th and 6th grade, and you got girls coming through there with bubble butts. I'm talking about beach balls back there, man. And we this 5th, 6th grade and shit. I don't know how it was when our parents was growing up. But I remember one time, one of my science teachers, she was cool to motherfucker too. She told us one day, she was like, Miss McCool, she was like, one of the reasons why these girls are developing so fast is because of the stuff they put in the food. Now, that's some shit. Now that was back, she said that back in, that was like in 2000 or something. I think I was in 2000. You know, that shit almost sound like a page from some conscious shit. For at least for that time right there. You know, niggas we ain't really start getting them into an uproar about all the bullshit going on with the food and shit up until at least the last 5 or 10 years ago. But this was like 2000. But she said that or whatever. So so you got to think with the food, but not only that, when chicks start fucking or having sex, you know, that has an effect on the body and start making them develop faster or whatever, or whatnot. So when you look at chicks who probably were a little bit more sheltered or wasn't as fast as a lot of other girls, they would still have that slim body like an 8th grader from the 1970s or some shit. You go look at a lot of pictures of girls from the 70s. Not saying they didn't have thick girls back then, but if you go back and look at a lot of them, well, we can't say TV because they TV and videos and shit. Because shit, even videos, modern day 90s and shit, they used to cast nothing but skinny girls. So you go off of that. If you go off of that, it wouldn't be wise to go off of that because they don't. At one time, having a fat ass in that world, the entertainment world, with white people and all that shit, if you ain't look like a beanpole or some shit, that's the only reason why modeling is a skinny girl thing, because they told you, because a group of people said that there was their standard of beauty, but you have different versions of beauty. So if, you know, that's why modern times is better. You got plus size models and shit, which is iller because you have all forms of beauty. You got pretty big girls, pretty attractive, sexually attractive big girls, and you got pretty sexually attractive, skinny, slim fit girls. The Coyle Ray types. I use her as an example because you have people that get online and be like, and it go both ways. Because you see Lizzo she catch flack, but I think that big girls or big people catch more flack about their weight than skinny girls or real slim girls or whatever. But but you see one of the things online where you got people and it go both ways, like I say, because even when you go back, take it back to the hood where niggas used to rank and shit. If you was a skinny motherfucker, they gonna make skinny jokes. If you was a big boy or big girl, motherfucker gonna make big girl jokes or whatever, blah blah blah. So both catch a flack, but what the point I'm trying to make is what being bigger than most or slimmer than most doesn't cancel your beauty card. Or don't mean that you know, cause like Lizzo's she's a sexually attractive, to me at least. She's a sexually attractive woman. She's pretty, and even with the big body, she still is sexually attractive. Same thing with Coyle Ray. You have motherfuckers get online like, oh, she's skinny, slim, and all that shit. And they be debating with these motherfuckers or making posts in response to these people, which I wouldn't give. You know, of course you're gonna talk shit. Everybody, you know, motherfuckers say shit. I understand. I'm not. Motherfucker talk shit. You gonna get on there and say your shit, whatever. But your rebuttal or your response to what a lot of motherfuckers may be saying. But at the end of the day, you have to come to a point where that's not no longer a part of your narrative like that, or that becomes a part of your past narrative, where people used to make. You know, you don't want that. You don't want to take that too far in your career. You don't want people to. You don't want to be the person that. You don't want that to be a highlight of it. Well, you know, eventually, unless you know you in an interview or you doing a magazine interview or whatever, and y'all finna go into a part of the interview where you gonna say some things that's gonna help other women who may be dealing with the same thing or have that you have dealt with or whatever. But you don't want that to be a part of your narrative. You don't want, we're talking to Coyle Ray who has dealt with body issues and blah 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 blah. You don't want to have it. You don't want that shit coming up every time a motherfucker talking to you. Why do you deal with like? you know, it's cool to talk about it every now and then so you can give some advice and drop gems to other people who, like I say, been through it. Same thing with Lizzo. But you don't want that to be always one of the things people think of when that shit come up. How you have to clash with people, because when you clashing with them, you really giving them more energy. So I'm not saying you shouldn't speak to it, because like I say, motherfuckers talk shit about you. Of course, everybody gonna want to respond and say something, but it's, you don't want to go too far with it, because you keep this shit alive. Sometimes you gotta say fuck it, and let by you saying I'm not even answering that bullshit no more or speaking to that shit no more. Sometimes that's what it takes to kill the shit. Sometimes. Well, in this case, I would say that would be the case or whatever. But I said all that to say, take it back to me. When I was growing up and I was schooling, even right now, it's like guess what I'm trying to say is I think that we got this thing where we always trying to be macho or masculine, the most masculine, like, I'm an alpha male and all this shit or whatever. Which is, I don't. If alpha is the masculine and beta is the feminine, motherfucker, you better be both. You better be an alpha beta because you have a masculine and feminine side. When a nigga scream out, I'm an alpha male, as if you don't have a beta part, you don't have a feminine aspect of you. All that's doing is telling me you don't know about the other side of you. All you know about is your masculine side. So when shit come up where you need your feminine side to deal with shit, or shit you start having problems where that may need to be solved by you delving into your feminine self, you gonna be fucked because you don't even know you got a feminine self. You don't even know, okay, this is happening because I need to that. You're not gonna even know. So but I personally think that being able to I personally think that, how I'm trying to word this, the more I think that the further you can push the line of what you find attractive in a woman makes you more masculine, more macho, so to speak. If I'm saying, I think, like, for example, I'm saying, I'm not one of them, I don't do dark skinned girls, I don't do brown skinned girls, I don't do light skinned girls. I think the nigga who can find, I'm not the nigga that that's saying, well, I wouldn't hit a big girl. I would now. Or I would. She's too skinny for me. I don't. I'm not that dude. I think that the guy who can say, you know what, I done hit a few sexually big girls that I felt pretty attractive. Or a nigga who can say, you know what, a nigga that can look at, say, you know what, Coyle Ray bad, and then you can take it to the middle ground like Serena Williams thick, she bad, woo. And then you can say, Lizzo, she sexy too. Now a lot of motherfuckers look at you like, oh, Lizzo, she big, but that don't mean. So many words. What I'm trying to say is, I think that being able to find sexually attractive women in all different shapes and sizes or whatever, and shades or whatever. I think the more you can be able to do that, the more masculine, the more healthier your the more healthier you are on the masculine side of things. I never understood when guys are like, I don't like dark skinned women. I'm like, nigga, you trying to tell me there ain't no such thing as those sexually attractive dark skinned women? I don't like big girls. But it's big girls out there that are bad too. So you know what I'm saying? Or I don't like skinny girls, but really you got some bad skinny girls too. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what I'm trying to say is I think that
the healthier your masculinity is, the easier it is for you to find women in different categories, as opposed to just having some kind of like type or preference. Like I said, I always like girls with the glasses or whatever. On one hand, I always had an attractiveness to them, but outside of that, I wouldn't really say I had a type. But I wouldn't even really say that. You could say that, but the reason I wouldn't go as far as to say I got a type, because I like women with glasses, slim women with glasses. Hold on real quick. So I guess is what I'm trying to say. But take it back to the jester. And the whole reason I brought all that up was I'm going back to the Laney situation. You got Laney, like I say, slim girl, glasses, and I'm gonna make sure I say this again because I can't remember if I said it in the last video. But Laney represents a knowing of being divinity or divine or whatever. That's why I said she was already divine. That's why what's the nickname that her father gave her? Pumpkin Nose. Pumpkin Nose. And there's gonna be another part in the video where in the movie where she says she told me what happened after her mama died. She gonna say she said I just remember she said I just remember hold on. Alright, yeah. So yeah. I don't remember, did I say that? I think I did. Anyway, so much shit with this shit, man. I need to. Next time, I'm gonna just do the video straight through because I'm trying to remember did I say this and all that other shit in the last video. But she tells Zach that after her mother's funeral, she just remembered knowing. When she said, I remember knowing, she puts an emphasis on the word knowing. And her father's nickname is Pumpkin Nose. That's the name he calls her, Pumpkin Nose. So, what the fuck I say that for? We was talking about the Jester. So that she was at the when she was at the Jester, at the theater spot, she's on the stage, and it's the first scene where you get a chance to see her without her glasses, but she got the makeup on, so it's still kind of you really don't, you still don't get to see her fully because she got the makeup on, but the glasses off, and I think so when they show her, they just showing her face, and when she's looking out into the crowd. I think she was looking at Zach or whatever, while he's sitting out in the crowd or whatever. And, oh shit. And, so, but I brought that up because when you see that shot of it, you can see she's actually a pretty girl. Now I personally can see it. That's why I said all that little shit I just went on. Now I personally can see it. without the glasses, because I can even with the glasses, she was still a pretty young lady to me. And as far as her body, you don't know what her body was because she always kept it covered. Like I said, she like, we grew up where the fast girls wore all the tight shit, and they wore all the tight shit and was more scantily clad, so to speak, than some of the I guess we would say traditional young ladies or whatever. But hence, you can see her beauty. Now remember what the movie was about. They had to find somebody who was supposed to be supposedly not attractive and unpopular to turn her to the prom queen. So this whole movie is based off of it's showing you how society views things. The whole movie is based off of taking somebody who generally would be considered unattractive, turning them into somebody that is attractive or whatever. It's kind of like Black Swan, or the whole Black Swan thing, or the Black Swan, or the prince, the frog prince shit, where the girl got to kiss the frog and he turned to a prince and all that shit. It's one of them type of joints. So when they present it to you, as somebody that would may be considered not attractive or whatever. But to a real person that can see through the bullshit, or who would just, I don't know. I'll just rephrase that. For somebody, me personally, I can see through that and like, okay, she might not be dressed all sexy and she wearing glasses, but I can still see the beauty in her or whatever. So, but when you see her on that stage, they should have seen when they show her face. It's like they were trying to show you they take the glasses off and they try to give you a preview of the fact that she's actually a pretty girl. But glasses I like girls with glasses, but how glasses always, people, I hate my glasses, and some people don't, glasses wasn't always considered a cute thing or whatever, or people wearing glasses or whatever. I don't know, you get what I'm saying though. But they show you her without the glasses, but they don't want to show you, because later on in the movie they're going to show you how she look with a full makeover. So it's like they want to give you a hint of the fact that she's actually pretty, but they don't want to show you everything, so they keep the makeup. They took the glasses off, but they put the makeup on her face or whatever, and who she represented in the performance. Plus, it all goes with the whole what her position or what her role in this stage play. It goes with her role in this. It goes with what her role in this stage play represents, which is her being the moon. Now, when Mitch and the two little people drop in the middle of the stage, after that, Lainey comes out and she's holding a white sheet and she's kind of like galloping out, like a ballerina. So she comes out with the white sheet, and when she comes out, one part of that part, you're gonna see her waving a white sheet over them, the three that's on the ground while she when she rolled out. That represented Syrian star power moment. That represented when all the water that evaporated up into the atmosphere, so to speak, froze and created the moon, which was a dome over the earth after all the heat after all the light was drew from the center and the circumference of the sphere, i.e. the earth, taking the heat along with it, leaving a frozen dome. So when she came out with the white sheet, that represented the mist, or the remember that word, mist. That represented the water, or the Tefnut. See, Shu and Tefnut, Tefnut in Egypt is a deity of moisture, Shu is a deity of air and water or whatever, the elements. So Zach represents Shu. She's representing Tefnu. And you might say, oh, he reaching. Just follow me. So plus we already seen the Shu figure in the whirlwind that when Zach done burst up out the egg or whatever. So you see that right there. But she comes out, and Tefnut is a feminine deity in Kemet. So she comes out with the white sheet. She throws it over him, and you would think that they show her do this over them, wave the sheet over him, and then they switch the camera. They switch the camera angle. But the way she done it, you would think she was about to drop it over him. But then when they switched the camera scene, you would see she didn't drop it over him. She was still waving it, and then she comes to sit. She sits down with them. She puts the sheets down and she sits down with them, and she said, "Be silent, be still. Be silent, be still." And they rocking back and forth, just like the Earth rocks back and forth on its axis. Silent, be still represents the moon. When all that energy was pouring out of the center and going into the flanks and going straight up, the creation process was taking place, so it was active, it was activity. But once the creation process finished and all the light had withdrew from the spear, everything became still, silent, peaceful. So when they start seeing that represented the moon, or the creation of the moon. So when you look at Mitch and the two pygmies, that represented everything kicking off, and all the energy coming from the bottom and then going out of the sphere that was created by this process or this unique ignition. And she represented the moon that came after all the energy left up out of the sphere. Now, they do that, then they get out. Everybody clapped it in, and she get out the stage. So, excuse me, it's kind of hot in this motherfucker. So she, you see it like it ain't working or some shit. So she, so they get off stage or whatever, and after they finish, Mitch get up, he start clapping. I guess he's like the head of the theater school or whatever, the theater arts joint or whatever. So it's like, oh, I see we have a new voice. He's like, here we have a new voice in the building today. Blah blah blah. Why don't you come up and make yourself known? So he put him on blast. Now here's a nigga that ain't got nothing to do with art. He's not genuinely into all this shit. But while he's sitting down there watching all this shit take place, you could tell it's doing something to him because he's looking at it. And like I just said, on one hand he's looking at it like, what the fuck is going on here? But at the same time he's looking at it, and the way that he's looking at it is signifying that it's something happening here. You gotta look in his eyes. That's why I said this was his initiation in the magic, because she brought him to her world, which is a magical world of art. So she's introducing him into that, and it ends up having opening them up. And we're gonna get to that in a minute. But he's sitting there looking at the stage. So Mitch is trying to get him to come on stage. He eventually gets on the stage or whatever. He don't know what the fuck to do. He didn't come. He just came to watch and shit. So when Mitch put him on stage, he was on stage. They put the spotlight on him. Everybody up there looking at him. He didn't know what to do, so he was just looking bewildered. Then he had a hacky sack in his pocket. A hacky sack is like a little bean bag, a little bean bag ball or whatever. You usually, like when you watch movies or something, or go to a park or something, you'll see white boys out there playing hacky sack. And basically, what they doing is they just kicking the hacky sack. You have like a circle of them or a few of them or whatever, and they be kicking the hacky sack to each other or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Zach with the hacky sack. So yeah. Now, okay, excuse me, I'm tired as fuck for some reason, but so he kicking the hacky sack around and shit, and well, excuse me, he pulled a hacky sack out of his pocket, and he look at the hacky sack, he says it's a hacky sack. So he started doing his thing. He started kicking the hacky sack. He by himself though, so he ain't got nobody to kick it to. So now he's juggling. He's basically juggling the hacky sack with his feet. So you see him drop. He kicked the hacky sack and catch it with his other foot. You kick it, catch it, kick it, catch it, kick it. So he was like, and you'll hear him saying, "Never let it come down, Zach. Keep going, Zach. Everybody's depending on you, Zach." While he in the zone with this goddamn hacky sack ball, kicking that motherfucker. This is what he telling himself. Basically telling himself, "Oh, you can't let." Now, when he says, "Okay, let me get into it." He say, he said, "Never let it come down." So he's kicking it. And the next thing you know, he gets so into this shit. When you start looking at this nigga, he start looking like he dancing or something. Cause like he kicking it, but he gotta follow the ball. So he'll be right here, he'll kick it, and he have to jump over here a little bit, kick it over there, and kick it back over here. And when you see it, then there's gonna be one part they gonna hit one move. He's gonna be like, I ain't gonna lie, that shit looked kind of swift. I was like, hold up, that nigga's like, pop, 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 pop. You know what I'm saying? I was like, God damn. But shoe, how he got to the goddamn jester was about looking at Laney's shoes, art, et cetera, et cetera. Shoe, the air, the whirlwind, and then what he did when he got on stage, feet, kicking the ball with his feet, all this shoe or foot energy. Now, when you had to stick out the footprints of Buddha, and you can see all this serious star power moment. Now, this one you can really go to. I know for sure you'll find me talking about this, or I'll show you this, the footprints of Buddha, Ptah, because Buddha and Ptah are the same. I'm gonna show you something. Ptah and Kemet, right? P. You take that P and you turn it upside down. You got a B. Bhuta. You got the footprints of Buddha. Ptah is the masculine energy, the light. The clusters of melanin that was created beneath the earth within the process of the earth being created had gold flecks on it. Those gold flecks were over the top of the melanin, represented footsteps, the footsteps of Buddha, because Buddha was the be silent, be still. The clusters of melanin, like I said, you go look at the serious star power thing, you'll get a better breakdown of this. I don't want to spend too much time, but basically everything at the bottom represented was the stillness, the peace, while everything at the top of the spirit, or the spirit that was being created, was representing activity and movement or whatever. So you got the Buddha moment. Like I say, you got Buddha. That's your Kushite shit, your Indian or Hindu thing or whatever. And then later on in the movie, you gonna hear him say Lord of the Dance. You gonna hear him refer. You gonna hear him say Lord of the Dance. Lord of the Dance is is Hindu. We get a book called Kundalini Rising. In that book, it's breaking down how everything unfolded from the pineal gland, how the pineal gland was a black dot deposited by the sperm cell into the egg when the woman is impregnated, and then everything else unfolds from out of that black dot. When they was explaining this process, they were saying that the vibration, it's like the baby is dancing into fruition, because it's vibrating and unfolding from out of the pineal gland. It's vibrating like it's dancing into creation, which is another part of this movie. The prom, dance. When you look at this nigga on stage kicking his hacky sack, it's gonna get to a point where it look like the nigga dancing, and he gonna be into that shit. When I say into it, I mean that was another. That's why I said that was the funny shit about this scene because he kicking the ball. Okay, he kicking it up. Him kicking the spear up represented him kicking the little ball of the spear up represented once again the lights being kicked up, the spears of the light being kicked up from the center of the circumference, from the center of the circle or whatever. And then he's juggling it. That's the light. That's the juggling of the light. When the light was coming up from the center point, it's like it's juggling because you got the light going straight up, then you got light that went to the flanks. But all this shit is just like I said, I might do that video where I can take these moments that I'm talking about right now and show them to you. But the whole while he's hold on real quick. Yeah, so while he's kicking his ball, he's saying here we go again, balls. He's saying never let it come down, Zach. Never let it come down. So the word he's trying to say, don't let the ball touch the floor. So he that nigga, when he finally slipped up and let the ball touch the floor, and the little thing is over, when he looked back up at the crowd, well, first and foremost, when he doing this shit, now Lainey's in the crowd watching him. Now they show her looking at him, and you could, the way she's looking at him, you could tell like she could see something in him, but she don't know what it is. You could tell she was having a moment just by the way she was looking at it. And she was like, she was looking at this nigga like, damn, he really into that shit. Cause when you look at the nigga, that nigga is really into that shit. Like you look, I'm like, God damn, this nigga is locked in. He's intensely in on this shit. So to the point where when he finished, he was sweating and shit, and that nigga had this look in his eye. Man, that shit was, to me, that was, I don't know, for some reason to me that shit was funny. The way that nigga was looking when he was sitting in the crowd, and then the way he was looking after he finished, after the ball hit the floor, that nigga looked at like he was just smoking crack or something. That's why I say that part of the movie represent, to me, you ask me, that was the part where I think all that shit, the look in his eyes and looking in her eyes, all this shit was representing an initiation into this process that they was about to go through, this transformation process. So even that part right there, that's not what he normally does. He's not normally hanging out in the jester playing hacky sack by himself in front of a bunch of people who he don't know. That alone represents the transformation. He stepped out of his comfort zone. She got him out of his comfort zone by bringing him to the jester or whatever. The ball dropped, and then he looks up and he say, "Eventually, you have to let it." No, he say, "Eventually, it comes back. Eventually, it has to drop or something like that." And basically, what he's talking about is the sun, or after the sun was created. The spears going up represent the 8 spears of light that went up, and then the first one that went up absorbed the other 7, and they all combined inside the 8th, or the first one. And then after when they all combined, the first spear that rose up, it spit out a ball, which was the sun. So it stayed behind, but it spit out the result, or what was the result of that combination, which was the sun. And the sun came back down to what was now the surface of the earth, and penetrated the center of what would be the Earth's pineal gland, but it stayed there, and then the Earth was pushed up and off of it. It was pushed up and off of the sun, and it blew off the sun, and then the moon blew off the top of the Earth or whatever. But it had to drop or come back down first. When he said eventually it has to come back down, he was talking about the energy that eventually came back down after everything was going up or whatever. So now, after that, now mind you, I just said it was like the nigga was smoking crack or something. When he came out, when they showed them leaving and they came out, he was amped up. He was like, whoop. He had got a rush off that shit, like he was on some drugs or something. So when he came out, they were walking out. He was like, whoa, man, that was awesome. He was like, tell me how bad I was. He was like, be honest, how bad was I? How bad was I? She was like, no, yo, you were real good. But she was like, no, you did good. And he was like, no, man, tell me I messed up. So she's like, oh, okay, yeah, you really blew. She's like, you really sucked. No, he said, tell me how bad I sucked. She said, oh, no, you was good. He was like, come on, man, you ain't got a lot of me. Now, she was telling him, remember, go back to how she was looking at him, with the way she was looking at him while she was on stage doing what he was doing. She was looking like it's something to this. Like, she was like, this just, it may be a nigga just kicking a ball, hacky sack on the stage, but the intensity and the focus that he's putting in with this shit is just doing something to him. So she's like, oh no, you did good, which was her honest opinion. But now it shows you how she could be a people pleaser. When he said, nah, be honest, tell me how much I sucked. Then she said, she said, oh, all right, you really blew it. You really blew. But she said, you really blew. And that was a reference to shoot, sucking, blowing. Told you the light got sucked from the center, shoot by the whirlwind, and blow, air blows, the wind, or whatever. So that's all shoe and Tefnut energy or whatever. So, shit. So, they walked until they sat down at they sat down somewhere on the street or whatever, a little bench or whatever. So, they talking about, they going back and forth. And that's when he catch it. See, what I was telling you I saw, shit, what I was trying to tell y'all I saw, y'all gotta please excuse all this yawning I'm doing, and I'm, shit. But anyway, excuse that. But, they sit on the bench. Now, when they was in the theater, and they showed that scene in Laney when she was waiting for her turn to come out and wave the thing with the white paint on her face. You could see it then if you pay attention. You could kind of tell what they were trying to do. But what I seen in that shot is what Zach ended up seeing when they sat on the bench, because he sat next to her and she looked straight forward, and she was looking straight forward, and he was looking at her from the side. And when he looked at her from the side, I guess that's when he started to see she was really a pretty girl. The glasses was still fucking him up, I guess, though. So he was like, but he's scheming at the same time, too. So he's scheming, because, of course, he's trying to beautify her so that he can win the bet or whatever. But he's really starting to, so it's like, it's kind of like it's kind of like Alfred told Bruce Wayne, So niggas sometimes to pick those something back. Then that's what was going on right here. You think you finna go in here and just do what you try to manipulate her and blah 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 blah, but that pick through something back, which was he ended up really falling in love with the girl, or ended up actually having feelings for the girl. So he looking at her, and he asked, he said, I think he said, do you always wear your glasses, or do you ever I think he asked, he said, do you ever considered contacts? And she was like, because in his mind, he's like, damn, she really pretty. It's just the glass. She could take the glasses out, she'd be all right. That's what he was thinking. So she was like, yeah, but the thought of touching my eye just freaks me out, and blah. Then he says, because you have real beautiful eyes. Now, when she heard that, it triggered her. When she heard that, she jumped on and was like, you know what? I'm going. I'm out of here. I knew something was going on. So, and it's the reason she did that was because now she's like, okay, you came at me under this guise of wanting to learn about art when really you like me or whatever. But you told me you didn't like me. So we dealing with deception now. So let me get the fuck on. That's why she got up and burnt out. And then he kind of got up and called her name, and she stopped. She was like, he was like, Laney, where you going? Blah, blah, blah. She was like, oh, you really put the moves on me with that one? Or something. She said something fly. And then, she said something like, when the most popular guy in school starts complimenting you in darkened alleys or some shit like that, we have a word for that art. It's called surreal or whatever. And then that's how the scene ended. She burned off. The scene ended or whatever. So let's go. Let me see where we at now. Hold up, y'all. Oh, this shit killing me. I get a nose, man. Yeah. So, let's see where we at. Oh, that's a key thing too. When they was at the Jester, Mitch said art is love. That was a key figure too, because just something to think about. But yeah, that's what he was saying too when he was kicking the ball. He was saying, I gotta keep bouncing. Gotta keep bouncing. Yeah. And you can tell ladies intrigued. Then that's what he said. He said sooner or later. He kept saying, don't let it drop. Don't. I know I'm just going over the notes. I did all that without looking at my notes, but I wrote down what I wanted to say in particular. But she said, when you kick a ball, it was like, don't let it drop, Zach. You said sooner or later it has to drop. Talking about the sun, yada yada. All right. And yeah, that's what he did. He asked her, she always wear glasses, and asked her if she would she ever consider contacts. Now we go back to Brock and Taylor. Now Brock and Taylor, so you got Zach and his new person of interest, we'll just say, they just had their little thing. Now you take it over to Taylor and Brock. Now, Okay, all right. I see what this is. All right. So yeah. So Brock and Taylor laying in the bed. Taylor got her head on his chest. She licking his chest. He watching himself on the Real World. Now, Brock is like the ego. The unbridled ego. That's why when you see him, you see him really into himself. He's watching himself on the Real World, and he got her kissing on the chest, but instead he ain't paying no attention to her, he paying attention to himself on that screen. Take it back to what his tattoo said when they got the matching tattoos. Me. He had the me on his shit. She got something, he had me on his shit. He's a representative. He represents almost a harmless, egotistical it's almost like a self-centeredness, not for the sake of being self-centered, but not for the sake of being a detriment to other people. Just who he is when you look at him, because even he say in the when he watch the shit he watch on the Real World, they showing him a little monologue of him and he talking. He was like, man, a lot of people got the wrong idea about me. He was like, something, but I really got a big heart. He was like, it's big. I really got a big heart. And he was right when you watch it. That's why I said when you watch it, when you watch the movie, he's not necessarily a bad person, or he's not necessarily trying to offend nobody. He's just being him. He's just being him. But that's why I said when you watch it, even when he was kissing when he was kissing Taylor in front of Zach, the way he looked at Zach when Zach was looking at them, his response to that was was like a harmless one. On it was like, hey man, what's up? Like with like nothing menacing, like he was trying to intentionally offend this dude. He was just like, hey, what's going on, bro? Woo. So you see that part. He's like, I have a big heart, and that's what they're trying to show you by his childishness, I should say, throughout the movie. He's like the jackass of the movie, the comic relief. So okay, I spoke on that already. Okay. So after that scene, the next scene is when Zach goes to Lanie's house, pops up at the house. So he pulls up to the house. The old man outside, he doing something in the back of the truck or whatever. He doing something in the back of the truck. And maybe I'm reaching with this one, but I'll show you what I kind of got out of it. When Zach hop out the truck, when Zach hop out the Hummer, and he go talk to the father, they chopping it up or whatever. The old man pulled out a jock strap from the back of his truck. And he was like, it's funny the things you'll find when you cleaning out college campuses. Or something cleaning out the college pool. Something like, he said something about the funny things you find when you clean the pool light. You know what I'm saying? And while he's talking to Zach, and I think that in so many words, what he was trying to tell Zach, I think he was basically that was like kind of signifying the father's acceptance of Zach. And you want to go a little deeper, it might be a jockstrap. I think what he was trying to tell Zach was, it's time for my daughter to start having sex, or to be initiated into active having sex. And him putting the jockstrap out right there represented his okay with that talking to his daughter. That's just the way I looked at it. Because later on in the movie, you're going to find out that lady never had sex before. She never kissed the boy and all that. So it's kind of like a coming of age story type of thing. So that happens, and then Simon, which is Simon, which is lady's little brother, he comes outside like, Zach, what's going on, man? You want to play some Sega? Sega? Which is Simon's the dude that plays Simon's last name is Culkin. I think he's Macaulay Culkin's little brother. Don't give me the line, but they look just alike, and his last name Culkin. So I don't know if that was. I think Macaulay Culkin did have a little brother. This dude, Macaulay Culkin is the dude from Home Alone or whatever. But I think he did have a little brother that started acting. Or don't quote me on that, but I'm almost sure that that's his brother or his kinfolk because they look alike, got the same last name or whatever. So look just alike. So maybe like Sega. Well, the original Sega was the I think the first Sega was called the Sega Master. Then came the Sega Genesis, and they had a few more systems that came out with game systems. But when you think of Sega, you automatically think Sega Genesis. Now, when you think of Genesis, you think of what? Adam and Eve, Zach Lane, or whatever. So he says that Laney comes out behind him and was like, no, he doesn't. And Simon was like, you're not the boss of him, leave him alone, blah, blah, blah. So, okay. So him and Laney started talking. He was like, yeah, you wigged out on me last night, blah, blah, blah. And shit. So he was like, what he told her, that's what it was. He asked to go to the beach. And she was like, I'm good. I don't want to go to the beach, whatever. He was like, okay, well, I just, he's like, well, she was like, nah, I don't want to go to the beach. So he's like, all right, cool. He was like, hey, yo, Simon, how about we play some of that Sega? And then she looked at Zach and was like, I'll get my suit. Now, she said, I'll get my suit. She didn't say bathing suit. She said, I'll get my suit, but she was talking about a bathing suit. She said she'll get her suit. Now, that was cold for she. Basically, what she was saying was, I'm finna suit up. I'm finna suit up. Just like the soul suited up by taking on the physical body in order to come into this physical world. She was saying, I'm finna suit up. Cause I know I gotta go out here, just like Batman gotta put on his suit when he go out and fight crime and shit. She's like, I gotta suit up. I know I'm finna have to go out here into this world full of assholes. You know, let me suit up. That was the underlying. That's what her saying she was going to get a bathing suit represented. That's why she said suit up. She said I'll go get my suit. Suit, which is suit, soot, darkness, and the bathing suit was black. See, Lainey represented the feminine energy, dark energy, the black energy. So she said, I'll get my suit. So after that, they end up on the beach. It's just him and her walking on the beach. And really, he didn't want really it was just supposed to be, initially it was supposed to just be him and Lainey. And man, my goddamn nose, man. Hold up. Maybe I need to stop leaning back. Hold on real quick. This shit, I hate that shit be nigga nose, y'all. So yeah, so they on the beach, and it wasn't really supposed to be a big old powwow. It was supposed to be just him and Lainey. So when he get to the beach with Lainey, they walking. Now, let me get to my notes. Uh-oh. So when they get to the beach, they show you the birds. When they first go to the beach scene, they show you a bird's eye view of the seashore. Now the seashore represents a union of opposites, or a union of two different elements: water and land, water and earth. Because you got the seashore, the land, and you got the water going as far as it can up the land at the seashore. So, shit, man, I sure hate I'm fucking this video up without this yawning, man, but y'all gotta excuse me, I'm down. I'm tired of motherfuckers, but, so Zach tells her to check out the water while they're on the beach. Then Lainey says, you know how many chemical, how many chemicals they dump in the ocean a day. Conscious Lainey, she's showing, that's her. She's conscious, just like a conscious person be like, oh, the government been doing this and this, that, and the third. Same thing. She's showing you. That's showing you that's giving you that's signifying the fact that she's conscious or she's, aware. You know how many chemicals are dumped into the ocean a day, blah, blah, blah. And when she says that, Zach kind of cuts off and was like, man, do you ever have fun? Let me see if I wrote it down. Yeah, he says, do you ever have fun? And she was like, I have fun. But the way this part right here was like, it was like he brought the inner kid out of her. Because later on in the movie, you're going to find out, you're going to see how her father even going to speak to her about how she don't spend enough time being an actual kid or a teenager because she's so preoccupied with dealing with things that will be considered for the most part more so grown folks' business. But by her mother being deceased, it's like she had to help her father. Some of the things that grown feminine energy that was missing in the house, she had to manifest that, or she had to do that. So it kind of took away from her being able to actually enjoy being a kid or enjoy being a teenager or whatever. Which I say I relate to that because I'm kind of, I would say to that degree, but I grew up so fast, I remember even points in my life when I actually had to, back when I was like 13 or 14, I had to actually start kind of almost making an almost conscious effort to kind of like do things that do teenage things or whatever, uh, and kind of enjoy being a kid despite all the mature or fast shit I was doing, grown shit I was doing or whatever. So, but I always been ahead of my time though, so to speak. I always been mature for my age, or whatever. But so I can understand that part right there. Like I said, I could see all these characters represent different parts of our psychology, even the ones we don't like. Like, you would be like, oh, he's an asshole or whatever. That just represents the part of you need to be on top of, stay on top of, discipline. That energy that characters like Dean represented, Paul Walker, that he represented, like I said, the set type of energy, which is what we all have. We all have that dark side of us. It's just your job to be able to control your mind and keep that part of you bridled or whatever. Another thing, Dean represents the set type of energy. So or set energy. The root chakra. He represents the root chakra. That's why he you notice in the movie, he was the one always talking about sex. First scene they shoot. First thing he talking about, when they asked him, what did you do for your spring break vacation? He said he was fucking a bitch in an airplane. And then we'll get more of that deep into the I'll say the rest of I'm finna go into a little something, but I'll say the rest of that for later on in the movie, because it's gonna actually be become a little bit more evident. What I'm saying is gonna basically become a little bit more evident later on in the movie. So but we go back to the beach scene. He said, "Do you ever have fun?" She said, "I have fun." But with the way she said it, you pay attention to the way she said it. She said it like as if she was like a little 5-year-old or something. That stuck out to me. So pay attention to that part. So, in so many words, it's kind of like now. I think the reason that they made it like that, or made her sound like a little kid, is because they were trying to show you that in the world of art, she would be fully grown because that's her shit. But this is something new to her, that thing and hanging out and all this shit. So she's a baby to it, and he's like guiding her through it or whatever. So she's learning how to. This being the first, their first date was to Jester. This was gonna be their first date. That was on her terms to Jester. Now his thing is the beach. He's like, okay, I went to the Jester with you. Now I want you to go to the beach with me. And the beach was just supposed to be them two. But anyway, he said, he's like, do you ever have fun? And she's like, I have fun. It's just that I was watching CNN, and he was like, look, screw CNN. Now, when she said I was watching CNN, that's another way they were trying to show you that she's smart, but not public school. When she said she was told Zach she was smart in the restaurant, what she was trying to say was, like I said, I'm not smart by those standards. But when they show you that she watches CNN, they're trying to show you that she is about the business of being informed and being in the know. Hence, CNN was representing the know, or at least to the common world or whatever. So, almost as if to say, if you watch CNN, you're a little bit more smarter than the average bear or whatever. But I mean, at least that's how they were trying to put it out there, or trying to show you through that. Okay. So they walking and shit, and then all of a sudden the gang pops up, the squad. Dean and the gang pulled up, and now show you a sign of Dean being on some slick shit or whatever. He says, "Yeah, man, I knew we could find. I knew you'd be at your spot." See, Dean and Paul are, like I said, it's the set. It's the Horace and the Taylor Two Brothers thing. He represents the set, and Dean represents set, and Zach is Osiris. So when he said, "Yeah, man, I knew you'd be at your spot. You just gotta pay attention to his character and the way he's talking." In so many words, what he was trying to tell him was, "Yeah, I knew you was trying to bring it to the beach and try to be alone with us, so you wouldn't have to worry about it. So I brought the squad to pop up with me." He didn't say that, but you could tell that that's kind of the energy he was giving out when he said that shit. So Zach started to introduce them to everybody. He was like, "That's Preston, the black guy." He's like, "That's Preston." No, I think Preston introduced himself. He stuck his hand out. I was like, "Hi, I'm Preston." She said, "I know who you are." She looked at him and said, "I know who you are." And she shook his hand. So many words. What she was said with that, when she said, "I know who you are," there's no backstory to that. You know, usually when you look at how she told him, "I know who you are," we usually would already have been seeing something that would make her saying that make sense, or later on find out something. But the reason that didn't happen was because what they were trying to show you was she was telling him, "I know." Go back to what father called her pumpkin nose. What she said after her mother's funeral. She said, I just had this. I remember having this knowing that things would never be the same. And then with this part right here, he says, "I'm Preston." She said, "I know who you are." What she's saying is, I know who God is," and they use him, the black man. So when she told him that, what she was trying to tell him was like, "Yeah, I know, I am in the know," and that's what Preston represented too. Just by being black. Now he was hanging with Zach and them. But like I said, when you look at how he bagged up off of them niggas, when they was making the bet, or after they made the bet, how he bagged them was like, "Nah, it's between y'all niggas." And he just started looking at them niggas like, you know what I'm saying? Like he had that old wise man energy, the way he bagged up off of them niggas when they was talking about the crazy shit. Like I said, his father, Preston's father, or his parents were the owners of the make-believe car company in the movie, Harrison Ford, Harry's son, Haywood's son, woo woo. So that's why the nigga said, she's like, "I know who you are." Basically, with so many words, you can look at it as him representing knowing thyself as a black man, and her saying, "I know who you are," is basically saying, "I know who I am," or "I know the know." I have knowledge of self, for so many words. Alright. She said she knew Preston. She say, man, my handwriting crazy. Alright, anyway. I don't know what the fuck that said. So she get introduced to everybody or whatever. And then she lays down on the beach. So she lays down. And then I can't remember that girl's name, but the girl I was telling y'all about in the first video who was white, but I think they were trying to subtly show you that she was one of them white girls that looked white but actually was black. Her, she's like the only antagonizing. She's like the only antagonizing factor toward Lady. In the squad. The only person who ain't there, of course, is Taylor. Because when she started fucking with Brock, you know, she started spending more time with him and all that shit for one. Two Laney's there, so that wouldn't have been a good mix up anyway. But the girl that I'll tell you about that the white girl that could possibly be black, she's out there tanning. And she mentions that tanning, getting blacker or whatever for one. But she's the only antagonizing factor towards Lane. Everybody else pretty much cool. And she told Lady something. She was like, yeah, and she's the one I would say is closest to Taylor, but we'll get to that later. But she says she said something to Lainey. Then she told Lainey, well, I just seen you in gym class and you run like a girl. And she was like, and Lainey was like, I am a girl. So now you know what I mean. And then Lainey was like, no, I really don't know what you mean. And everybody looked like they wasn't expecting Lainey to have some sass about herself. So it kind of, you know, like I said, you see a whole bunch of, well, first and foremost, her saying that was basically trying to tell Lainey, you look like a boy. Lainey had, okay, we gotta break this down. You got, you ever heard of the twin of Jesus? Thomas Didymus was supposed to be Jesus' twin in the Bible or something like that. Or he's supposed to be the twin of Jesus. Tom, that means twin or whatever. So when you look at Lainey, she has a tomboy energy. And it's like I said, two of some of the first chicks I ever really was in a serious relationship with, they'll give you that lane. They got that lane thing. The glass is slim, not, well, at least not back then. You know, when we was in school and shit, but it was, so I understand Lainey. So when she says she went like a boy, so when you think about the phrase tomboy, and it's just where I'm looking at. Well, tomboy, we just said twin, and then you had boy on the end of it. And what is a tomboy? A tomboy is a little girl or a girl who is a girl, but she has masculine ways about her, clearly masculine ways about her. So she might be a girl, but every now and then she like Aaliyah or somebody. She's a girl, but she dresses like a boy from time to time or whatever. Blah blah. Which I know we all know what a tomboy is. I be having to check. I be having to just be sure though, cause I know we living in different times and shit. And I know sometimes phrases and words become antiquated and dated. So I don't know what the fuck these young niggas talking about now. I don't want people to confuse what I'm saying about I don't want people to get a tomboy confused with a stud, because a tomboy doesn't necessarily mean you gay. It's just that it's a woman who is more in tune with a masculine side without even trying, really. You know what I'm saying? Now, I guarantee you take a woman who wasn't gay But with a tomboy, and then you start teaching her this occult information and start teaching her about how you have to balance out the masculine and the feminine. And if you're a feminine, if you're a woman, you got to get in touch with your masculine. If you're a masculine man, you got to get in touch with your feminine. And you tell them that, I bet you one of the first things they tell you is that, okay, well, that would help them understand why they like to climb trees and shit. Why they didn't like girls, but they didn't have a problem playing dodgeball with the boys and climbing trees. But they didn't, they may have done all that, but it didn't necessarily mean they want to go out and grow up and have sex with a woman or whatever. So, when I hear the sleep word, so tomboy, we go back to tell the two brothers or the twins, or the twin within you, the light and the dark twin, the masculine and feminine twin. So the twin of if you a woman, you're predominantly feminine. So you're dominated by the dark side of you because you're a woman or you're feminine. But then you have a other side or a twin side of you, which is your masculine side, your tomboy, your twin side or the other side of you. Which is why she said that about Lainey, because Lainey gave you that whole thing or whatever, or fit that criteria or whatever. So when Lainey tells her, obviously I don't know what you mean, that's when everybody looked. They were like, oh, she got a little fire in her, which goes to show you that they were surprised because they usually look at people like that as little weak people. Or she's the little girl with the glasses and the little nerd. Then when they heard her say, shoot a little something back, they're like, oh, this ain't what we thought. I.e., stop judging the book by its cover. So, I think that's what Preston, back to the balls. Preston was like, who want to play volleyball? And I think he asked a few people, a few of the gang at the squad at first, and they didn't want to do it. And then when he asked Lainey, she was like, let's go. But before that though, when Lainey first took her towel off and showed her bathing suit, go back to what I was telling you about Dean being set root chakra, sexual energy or whatever. When she takes off her towel, Dean tells Zach, look at the bobos on Super Freak. Talking about her titties. Bobos, Sam Bo, the Black God of Asia, the bow is the center of the universe or the center of the earth. Seeing your star power moment, the bow. Even when you see the earth coming into fruition or formation, the mountains on each side of the center look like titties or whatever. But the bow is the center. And it actually looks like a nipple. That's why he said the bobos on. You go watch the Serious Star Power, so you'll see all this shit. So he said, check out the bobos on Super Freak. Showing you that he's always in a state of thinking about sex. He's the ass head. He's thinking with he's the think with his dick. He's thinking with his. That's why he's always bringing up. See, you pay attention. He's always the one bringing up some sexual shit. He says that they start playing volleyball. The ball. Now you got the ball, the seashore, which is the flat land or the earth and the water, and you got the ball. You got to put it all together. Then they hit the ball over a net. The net, is the grid lines of the earth. When you see the globe and you see the grid line that make it look like it's a net over the earth. When you see these drawings or whatever, that's what that net represents. That net is the grid lines of the earth. So they do that there. Then after the game, everybody start walking back to their cars and shit. So him and Lainey, so Zach and Lainey end up alone together. They talking. And he was like, "See, it wasn't that bad, was it?" by being around other people and shit. 'Cause you know she's a recluse. So he's like, that wasn't that bad. Blah blah. So make sure I ain't missing that. So when they walking back to the car, you could tell now that Lainey is more open now. She's a little bit more social. She feels a little bit more comfortable. Comfortable around people. So what Zach is doing, he's preparing her to be a little bit more comfortable within social settings than she maybe was in the past or whatever. And you start seeing another side of her because you just look at how when they're at the when they're at the when they at the car and they are at the beach when they get ready to get back in the Hummer. Look at how he's looking at her, or look at how she's looking at him. You could tell she's starting to allow herself to like him. Because you know, at first she had the wall up, and you know, she was trying to make sure she didn't fall for no trap, but then you could tell in this scene by the way she's looking at him and smiling that she's slowly but surely opening up, and then now her walls form. So let's see. All right, so she oh, nosy, man, shit. All right, so all right, so they at the Hummer, and Zach tells Lainey, I want you to come with me to Preston, the black dude throwing a party. So okay, yeah, I'll get to that part. So yeah, he tells Lainey, I want you to go to the party with me. She was like, nah, I ain't gonna be able to do it. My house is dirty, like real dirty. I gotta clean my house up. It's dirty. And he was like, really? She was like, you're like really, really dirty, like unlivable dirty. Dirt that's melting in the black soil and all that. Just pay attention to the scene, you'll see the emphasis that they put on it when she said. But on the next scene, Jesse and Lainey on the phone with each other. And Jesse's putting a puzzle together when he's talking to Lainey. Again, a union of opposites or a union of separate pieces. Puzzles represent, you got puzzles, different pieces. You have to take all these pieces, bring them together to create one picture. So, another reference to a union of union, basically. And he tells Lainey, has it ever occurred to you that Zach might really like you? And she was like, she basically was like, you know what? To be honest, I don't even know what she a response to that was, but here we go again. You have Jesse trying to guide her in the right direction. See, that's one of the things that's good about not being a yes man, or not having a yes man like that, or having people around you that are willing to challenge where you coming from, because like I said, he was the one who initiated the whole jester thing, the jester date. And he was the one, even though her feminine intuition was right as well, because he did come under false pretense. But that changed, and he ended up actually really liking her, which is what Jesse was trying to tell her before she found it out. He was like, have it ever occurred to you that he might really like you? So while she's still trying to figure out what the ulterior motive was, which there was one, Jesse was trying to tell her, like, something weird. What he was trying to tell her was, you should have more confidence in yourself. Because what's happening right now is ulterior motive of not or not. Whether he has an ulterior motive or not, the way you are looking at this, you're looking at it as if you're not capable or you're not pretty enough to attract somebody like this. And maybe that's the problem with people like Lainey in the world, or just speaking in general, or whatever. We get put in these boxes, or you say, well, you're not small enough, or you're too big, and we run with this, and then automatically cancel ourselves. People automatically cancel themselves out, or put themselves in a box that disqualifies them. And what Jesse was trying to tell her was like, man, have a little bit more confidence in yourself. This, don't think just because you fit this stereotype, or you fit this nerd profile or whatever, that this couldn't possibly be real. Which, like I said, started off as an ulterior motive, but it ended up being some real shit. So that was always his role, which was one of the ways he was guiding her in the direction of that. So Zach pops up at Lainey's house. When he pop up at the crib, he was trying to get it. He was still trying to get her to go to Preston's party. He was trying to get her to go to Preston's party, and she tells him, well, I gotta clean up, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, I got that covered. And he had the JV soccer team with him. So he paid them to clean her house while, so him and Lainey can be able to go to the party. So then she says, well, look at me, I'm a mess. He's like, don't worry about that. I brought a makeup squad. So he had his sister, Mackenzie, come and help her get herself together. Do her makeup and shit. So you got the kids, the JV team cleaning the house up. Old man and they're watching Jeopardy and shit, blah 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 blah. Zach is sitting on the couch chilling with Simon and shit. So take you to the scene where the Mackenzie makeover. So when they Mackenzie in the restroom, Mackenzie getting ready to give her a makeover. So with so many words, what Mackenzie was telling her was they was doing them. She was doing a makeover, and she asked Lainey when was the last time she plucked the eyebrows or something like that, and Lainey was like, never. So Lainey was like, well, she said, my mama died when I was young. She said, my mama died before I got old enough to get into these type of things, makeup and all that shit. Which was which was showing you the results of not, or showing you the consequences of not having a feminine role model or feminine parent in the house. So the things that she would, which is one of the reasons why she had now not saying this is, because I know tomboys who don't even know they father and shit. So I'm not saying it's the case with all of them, but when you look at this movie, one of the reasons why she's probably a tomboy is because she didn't have a mother there to help her get basically induct her into a rites of passage of being a woman or whatever. So she was like, I never did. So basically she told if I'm not mistaken, Mackenzie told Lainey, you gotta trust me. What you trying to tell me what I'm finna do with you? I know you used to what you used to with your hair and all that shit, but just trust me. So she give it a makeover and shit, and this is where this was the transformation, right here. The Osirian thing, the Lord of Transformation. This is the transformation. This is now where she's Jesse told her but so many words. You could tell that through a conversation with Jesse, like I was just saying a few minutes ago, she always had a lack of confidence in herself in regards to being attracted to men or whatever. So that confidence she lacked, now she's going to go through a transformation that is going to instill that confidence in her via the makeover. So Mackenzie makeover, put her in a red dress. That shit say? My hand fucked up. Anyway, so after Mackenzie do the makeover, she come by with like, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the new Laney Boggs. That's her last name, Laney Boggs. So they show the stairs, and then they show her feet step on the first step, and you see a red shoe. Then she starts walking down, and then everybody starts to see the new Laney, and she's looking good. Got a little red dress on, got a hair redid, got a new look. Sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes it takes that new look to spark something. Shit, I remember when well, I don't want to go. I'm trying to get to the important part, but yeah, sometimes it takes that new look. So she's walking down the stairs, and right before she gets to the end of the stairs, she trips and she falls on the stairs. But Zach comes and catches her. So that represents the fall. That represents her as a god, or her as a soul coming down, getting ready to ensoul the body and go out into this earth world or whatever. Remember, she going to a party. It's not her thing. She don't do popular people parties and all that shit. So she almost falls and he catches her. So her falling, first of all, she got the red on the root chakra, the lowest chakra. Red shoes. this represents her coming into the physical. Red, the root chakra deals with the physical aspect of it. So her in the red represents the soul coming into the physical body, or or as we like to say, falling into the physical body, whatever. That's why she falls again. She falls from the stairs. Remember, the first scene she fell going up the stairs. That represented the energy going up. The second time she fell coming down the stairs, but this time Zach caught her when she fell. So this represented her falling into her soul falling into humanity. So next day at Preston crib, they at the party. Now look at how when they go to Preston's party, you gonna see a lot of underworld shit. Well, not at the party in particular, but I'm just saying that about the movie because Laney's always in the basement. I think when they got to Preston crib, it was a part where they went down into the party or whatever. They had to, like the party was like they had to go downstairs to like the floor was like downstairs or something. Oh, was that the dance? And maybe that was a dance when it happened there. But you'll see it, just watch. But so they get to the party. Now, when they get to the party, this is where you start to see that Laney is pretty much in now. She's in the clique now. But Taylor's never around. That's why they don't really too much, because she's always with the Brock dude or whatever now. So it's like Laney came, since Taylor homegirl basically like, well, bitch, you ain't never around us no more, so we'll fuck you. Laney will take your place. She cool anyway. It ain't say all that, but you just look at the shit. So they get to the party. Soon as they get to the party, Gabrielle Union steps to Laney and Zach and tells Zach, can I borrow her for a second? Talking about Laney. It's two Costa Rican twins over there. And basically, I want to take her over there with me to go talk to these dudes over here. And that was kind of slick too, because it was almost like trying to see if Zach was actually catching feelings for Laney, or was he just still going by the way they was going with the bed or whatever. So he was like, sure, go ahead, blah, blah. So they went over there. They went over there, and that's when Paul Walker popped up on the scene. Oh yeah, that's another thing too in the movie. Usher, the school DJ. Well, he played the school DJ. He kept calling everybody earthquakes, 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 which was another part of the creation process or whatever. Plus earth, creation of the earth and all that. So Gabrielle Union does that. Paul Walker stepped to him and was him and Zach talking. He tells Zach, I may be wasted, but I'm not blind. Now that's some serious star power shit. I think I'm gonna just do the video on that, so I ain't gotta keep on going back to it. But I'll say that for that. I think I'm gonna show y'all that. But he says I may be wasted, but I'm not blind. And he was trying to tell Zach, I can see that you're catching feelings for her. Zach was like, man, it's just a bet. You know what I'm saying? Blah 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 blah. He said it's just a bet. So Laney goes into the restroom. When she go in the restroom, one of the girls, Misty, who was fucking with her in art class, She's laying on she's in the bathroom with her head in the toilet, throwing up and shit. She done got fucked up. So a lady walk in, she looked, and then, she looked, and then, when she put her head out the toilet, she see Laney, she was like, Laney? And then, Laney was like, Misty? That's a girl named Misty. Misty refers to the mist, which you can see this, you gonna watch the, creation of Earth, birth of the sun video, you'll see where I was breaking about the mist. Well, it's in both, but the mist is, it represents the water that evaporated out of melanin as the light was rising up through the center and hitting the flanks. Not only was the light rising, but the light was drawing water from out of the melanin that was at the top or in the darkness, and it created a mist. So the girl name was Misty. Pay attention. So that's what it was. Laney was like, she looked and was like, Misty. And then Misty looked about the toilet and said, called her Splatter Girl, referring to her art style or whatever, her art or whatever. Okay, yeah. So I think so Misty still being, even though this is one of the motherfuckers who fucking with her in class, still trying to be the nice girl and shit. She's like, you need any help or something like that. And then Misty was like, I think she gave Misty a tissue to wipe her face with. And then Misty said, you know, lady, it's funny. A rich girl, she said, a rich girl. Now, this is the part where I was telling you about where it spoke to the whole differences between social classes and shit. She told Lady, she said, you know what's funny, Lady? A rich girl like me with a scholarship to, what school she said? With a first trip scholarship to art school. And here you are here cleaning my puke. So how I took that was the lady probably was actually better than her then in art or painting than she was. But you can't really tell because they don't show you her paintings and none of that shit. But they don't show you none of Misty's painting. You see Lainey's painting or whatever. So she tells Laney that and she passes back out. When she passed back out, well, let me go back to what I said. She plus she tells her a rich girl like me with a first class round trip, a scholarship to art school or whatever, and here you are cleaning my puke, blah blah blah. And then she passed back out after she said that. And so basically was trying to speak to the differences between the social classes. And like I said, I kinda think that it was trying to say that Lainey probably was the better artist, or was an artist just like her, but was too poor to actually be able to go to a good school or whatever. So she said that and she passes back out. When she passed out, her bag dropped with all of them, and she had some of her markers, or paint markers or something in her bag. So when she passed out, the lady looked at it and was like, yeah, all right, bitch. I may be a little nice person or whatever, but I'm gonna show you what I do to people that fuck with me the wrong way. And she gave her a clown. She took the markers and painted her face like it was a clown. She gave her, man. So it was crazy because Mackenzie gave Lainey a makeover, and now here's Lainey in the bathroom giving this bitch a clown makeover. So she did that, and then she walked out. She walked down the stairs or whatever. She walked down the stairs and but doing all that, while she was upstairs doing the clown thing, downstairs was your boy, Taylor them popped up, Taylor and Brock. So Taylor and Brock coming downstairs. I think Gabrielle Union or somebody sees Taylor, start talking to him like, "Hey, what's up?" She's like, "Oh, hey. She's like, I wasn't really going." She was Brock, she drunk, smoking cigarettes and shit. She really wasn't gonna come, but I just figured maybe we just have one last little, whatever. She talking shit in so many words. She high capping now. She's like, there's so many words where I'm with Brock now, but I'll entertain this little stuff. Just gotta watch it, you'll see the demeanors, you know what I'm saying? Like she kind of turned her back on the people. But trying to think. She Zach, but Taylor tells Brock go get her a beer. And she ends up bumping into Zach, and they start talking or whatever. So she tells Zach, she still wasn't going to prom with him or whatever. I'd have been like, fuck that shit. With I think she tell him that or something, and then while they talking about that, Brock, he on his showmanship shit. He done got on his bullshit. He cut the music off. Hold on. Alright, so yeah. Your man Brock goes off. He get into his goddamn rock superstar shit. Center of attention. You gotta be the life of the center of attention. So he goes to the DJ and changed the music. He cut on Rick James, Super Freak. No, not Super Freak, excuse me. Give It To Me. The second Rick James reference. Cause remember at the beach, what did Dean say? Check out the Bobos on Super Freak. Super Freak Rick James. Now we're at the party and this nigga is saying, he's dancing to Rick James. So he looking like an idiot. Everybody looking like, what the fuck is wrong with this nigga? He getting in people's faces, dancing and shit, and jumping on the couch. Preston looking at him like he about ready to put hands and feet on him and shit. And the whole while, he doesn't mean no harm. That's why I tell you, gotta look at this scene. This scene to give you an example of what I was trying to tell you about him. He didn't really mean no harm. He was just in his shit. You know what I mean? He was just doing his shit. But he was making motherfuckers mad. But he really didn't mean no harm. He was just doing what he do. This is what Brock does. So he jumping on the couch and dancing and shit, looking all crazy. Oh. And then, the music stopped and shit. It was over. After that, Lainey comes down the stairs and she bumps into Taylor. Now her and Taylor got on the same dress, the same red dress, twinning. They I wonder did I speak to that in that first. I know I did. I probably should have. The Twinkie thing, how he had the how Jesse had the Twinkie, and the Twinkie being the twin keys or whatever. But they both got on the same dress. They trying to show you that they twinning, or they are the they basically represent different parts of the same energy. And I forgot what happened. I think Taylor walked up on him like, "Well, what are you doing here?" Let me look at my note. What the fuck I take this shit for? Okay. That's what it was. So she bumped into Taylor. Taylor tell her, "Hey, what you doing here? Ain't your father my pool man?" Trying to, once again, another part of the movie where somebody's trying to, this is where you really start to see the attitude of these rich kids towards people that come from Lainey's background. So she says, "Ain't your father my pool man? Like, don't your father work for me or clean my pool or whatever." So, I think Taylor said something, and then Lady said something, and then Taylor poured the dress down her, poured the drink down her dress, and when she did that, Taylor looked up at, Lainey looked up at Taylor and was like, "Thank you." And she was like, "Thank you, thank you for reminding me why I never come around you type of people." And Taylor was like, "What? Girl, you're nobody." Blah blah blah. She said, "Nigga around this party, you're nobody. You're vapor," or some shit like that. Go back to what I was just telling y'all about Misty, the mist rising up out of the melanin, the vaporous gases rose up out of it as well. So she said, you got them upstairs, you got this other bitch who was dissing her named Misty. Then she got Taylor downstairs dissing her, talking about she's vapor or whatever. So after she says that, Lady runs outside, she starts crying. So of course Zach runs out there with her, and they talking, and he was like, "Are you alright?" Blah blah. And she looked up at him and was like, "I want to go home." Now when she said that, now of course on the surface level, you'll say, "Well, she's talking about she wanted him to take her home," but on another level, what she was trying to say was, I'm trying to go back to spiritual me. I'm trying to go back to what I'm used to. I want back to the spiritual me or whatever. I want to go I want to go where we from. Like what ET phone home. Same shit. She just was like her home. The party and all that shit being socially represented outside of her home, outside of her comfort zone. She was saying, "I'm ready to go back to just straight God shit. I don't fuck all this shit." You know what I'm saying? So, but before all that though, they had a little dialogue before she said that, and he was like, he telling her some real shit. He was like, sometimes when you open up, you let in. He said sometimes when you open up, you let the good in with the bad. You let the bad in with the good, which is true because the more and more people you start to associate with, the more and more you take chances of meeting people that ain't no good. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he was trying to tell her. And basically trying to tell her this world is a yin and a yang. You has both sides. When Taylor put a drink down her dress, she started crying. So when she got outside, she told Zach, I always told myself I'd never let him see me cry or whatever. So she was upset about that. So the scene switch. Now, when that shit happened, when Taylor poured that drink down her, that's when she turned the tables. Because now her people looking at her like, nah, this bitch fucked up. Bitch, you was wrong. Gabrielle Union and them, they looking like, well, Gabrielle Union and Lil' Kim didn't really have you didn't really see too much with Lil' Kim. But Gabrielle Union basically indicated the shift and how they started to view Taylor. Because I think, let me see. And I think right after that scene, no, not after that. Was it after that scene? We'll put it like this. Gabrielle Union got Lainey nominated for prom queen. She was going for Lainey, or even though she was Taylor's friend. But she, after that shit, she nominated Lady for prom queen. Well, because Gabrielle Union is black, and just like Preston, she's representing the moral authority. She's representing the one that's saying, hey, that was fucked up what she did to that girl. I don't want to really fuck with her no more because that was fucked up what she did. I like Lainey. Lainey is cool. That was fucked up what she did to Lainey. So she represented that moral authority. Because when Brock ends up dumping Lainey. Same way she dumped Zach. He was like, cause he was finna go to the Real World Road Rules or something like that, which was like a spin-off of the Real World or something like that. So he tells Lainey he was breaking up with her, and she tell him the same thing Taylor told Zach, which was, well, he told her the same thing she told Zach, which was she's like, oh, you didn't think I was gonna go off the road rules, still dating you, right? Blah 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 blah. So now she a broken down mess. She on the phone with the girl I was telling you about, the white chick that was being antagonistic towards Lainey in the beach. And she was like, he dumped me and blah 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 blah. So a girl tells Gabrielle Union, she was like, girl, we gotta go help her or something like that. She was like, why? Gabrielle Union was like, why? She was like, cause she's our friend. And Gabrielle Union told her things change, transformation. But what Gabrielle Union was trying to say, well, I don't fuck with her no more like that. I didn't like what she did or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Excuse me. She was saying, that's what she was trying to say, represent that moral authority. But eventually they all ended up going to see her. And she's sitting in the crowd crying, he left me, and blah, 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 blah. And what kind of name is it? And now, the shit she liked about him, now she's like dissing it and shit. Oh, that stupid dancing he was doing, and blah, 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 blah. So, uh, uh, okay. So they had a conversation, and the white girl's kind of like trying to console her. Gabriel Union is like looking like, you know what I'm saying, like whatever. So another scene pop up when they're at the school. They back at school. I told you Usher was the DJ at the school. So he was like, he said, he was on the megaphone or on the speaker, and he was like, looks like Taylor has some dark horse competition with the falafel fairy. He was referring to Lainey as calling her fairy, a falafel fairy, because she worked at the Greek restaurant that sold falafels. She had the falafel hat on her head at the joint. But falafel fairy, fairies, magic, spirituality, the dark horse, the black horse, dark horse, that's melanin magic, or whatever. So he says that okay, that happens. And then that happens. Then that happens. Then trying to think. They go to that happens. They go to the scene where they playing soccer, and Zach was having an off day or whatever. He was fucking up. So when they get back to the locker room and they sit down, and they was like, man, what happened? He was like, man, I just wasn't feeling it today or something. And Paul or Dean okay, yeah, that's what it was. So they well, I'll go back to that. Zach, his jersey number was 7, G guard. I think Preston's was 10, and then Paul's was Dean was 3. So this was some Zach 7 guard. That pretty much pertains to where I'm about to take it, but that when they in the locker room, he like Zach was like, man, I just was like, I ain't had it today or whatever. So Paul said symptoms. He told Zach, he was like symptoms of withdrawal. He said, I know you ain't had none in a minute, because he knew he wasn't fucking Laney really, and he wasn't fucking Taylor no more because Taylor had left him. Go back to the room. He dick hustling. He's a dick. I don't like him. He's a dick. Why is you worried about what my dick doing about so much, my nigga? We used to, we all talk shit about you. Yeah, man, whoop and I hit her and blah blah. But sometimes you gotta watch how that motherfucker do what they do. He's a dick hustler. He steady worried about what this man doing with his dick. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, symptoms withdrawal, man. No, you ain't had none in a minute. Ooh. So Zach was like, nah, it's not that, or something. And then Paul was like, oh man, I ain't bagging on you. I'm just saying, if you ain't gonna hit it, let me step to the side, let me hit it or something. Talking about Laney. And this is when you knew Lane, he really liked Laney. Cause Zach got mad when the nigga said that. He got up and pushed him. And they just finna squabble and they got up and broke him up. You know what I'm saying? So what do we have here? Now look at the irony of all this. You have these two guys who made a bet that they can take the most unattractive woman and make her prom queen in time for prom. Remind you, they had to pick somebody that would be hard to do that with. And they picked Laney. So look at how this shit switched. Let's go back to what I was telling y'all about the girls with the glasses that didn't wear too much exposing clothes or whatever. Oftentimes you will find out that when you get under them clothes, that little slim body is appealing still. She may not have an ass like Buffy the Body, but you know, them cheeks still look good. Them goddamn mini bars. You know what I'm saying? Them chat. You know, which is why when she took off her shit at the beach, what's the first thing the goddamn Dean said? He was talking about that he wanted. At first you chose her because it was somebody you wouldn't even fuck with. And now you looking like, hold up, this little hoe got so she working with something, you know what I mean? So but that also represents another going to show you Dean and his sexual being the root chakra or always being the one to bring up sex or whatever. So Zach pushed him, then they got up, broke him up or whatever. And then Paul Walker's character was like, excuse me, he was like, nah, man. He said, nah, man, let me make sure I say that right. He said, nah, man, I watched this dude parade around here all these years like he a god or something. Well, this is one contest he's not gonna win. First and foremost, he showed that's hater shit. You know, when niggas start talking like that, that's that all you been hating. You know what I'm saying? When niggas say something like that, you're like, oh, so that's how you been looking at this shit. You a hater. So he really exposed himself. Then when he said, this is one contest you're not gonna win. Toodles to you. Who wants to win the whole ass nigga award? Who wants to win the congratulations, I won the whole ass nigga award. Cause that's what it was, really kinda. Well, you look at it like, man, y'all, this shit is predicated on, misleading somebody who was minding her own fucking business. So in so many words, to win that contest would be it'll be a win, but if you won it, it'll still be fucked up because you did some fucked up shit, or you did some shit that was, you kind of did something that wasn't fair to somebody else or whatever. So honestly, I watched this guy walk around this campus like he's a god all these years. Another reference showing you that this movie, they just showing you that, telling you that this story is about a god and a goddess coming in, having a transformation process or stimulating a transformation process within each other. But you can tell it came from a place of jealousy when he said it. Yeah, so anyway, they break them niggas up, they break them up or whatever, keep them from fighting. And then after that, you see Zach goes to, you see a scene where Laney, she in the basement painting a picture of Obama. Now the picture is baby blue, or it look like water. great mother energy, the mother energy, water and femininity having being representative of each other, the wisdom, water, the light blue, yin and yang energy, which would be the beach, the salt water. She's down there painting. So Zach comes to see her. He comes downstairs or whatever. He comes to the basement. They in the basement, the underworld, where she's most comfortable at. Underground, hidden in darkness, feminine energy. What Misty them told in the beginning, Elena, you're really dark. You know, you're like a real dark person. Darkness rocks. She's in the underworld, the darkness. Now she said, I want to go home. And the next thing you see her home in that basement, not only at her house, but in the basement, doing what she likes to do, which is paint. So she got a picture of her mother she painted. Her mother plays her mother ain't in a movie, but her mother is the feminine version of Osiris. You can say Isis, but her mother, Osiris, is the hidden, the unseen real. Her mother represents the unseen real because her mother is not in the movie. She's dead. She's not there. She made the transition or whatever. So you still see her influence on the movie through Lainey, but she's the hidden figure. Zach asked her, "Is that your mother?" And he was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Yeah." It's like, wow. He's like, well, what did she die from? And she was painting, and she was like, cancer. Cancer is so she was saying cancer in regards to what the disease, but the underlying thing was cancer is feminine mother energy. It's a mother. The zodiac sign, one of the attributes of the zodiac Cancer sign is a nurturing, a mother energy or whatever. So that's all in there. She talking about her mother's funeral, and she was like, she's like, I never really remember crying. She said, all I remember was going to my grandma's house and sitting in this big green chair, taking this. I think she said to take a picture. She's like sitting in this big green chair with Simon on my lap. The big green chair is the heart chakra. Simon sitting on her lap, even though in the movie they brothers and sisters, but they trying to show you the template of Isis and Horus, because Horus sits on the lap of Isis and where he's breastfed, right? And now she's not breastfeeding Simon, but just the whole green chair, heart chakra. That's why you see all when you think about all those pictures you see of Jesus pointing at the heart and Jesus facing the heart and all that. The green chair is the heart chakra, and she's sitting inside. That she's sitting on the chair with Simon on her lap. Simon, he's a horror figure in the movie. When you watch it, and I'll show you that in a minute. But she's got him on her lap. She was like, that's all she remembered, and not crying. So. Yeah, so she said that, and Zach tells her, you can't just keep shutting people out. And all right. So yeah, okay. He tells her that. Well, they talk about that. Then they start talking about he starts talking about him and his father, and I forgot what. Damn, man. Let me see. So um, they talking so many words. Uh, they start talking. They end up talking about. She tell him about her and her mother, and then he goes into his spiel with him and his father, and cause she tells him, "Don't you I think he was telling her something about trying to give her some advice about opening up and making decisions and shit. So she said, "Well, what about you? Don't you got some decisions to make? Have you picked your school yet that you gonna go to?" We were like, "Nah, not yet." And he starts going in up to now. This is the part where they talk about mind control. Uh, uh, he thinks that his father is trying to mind control him into going to Dartmouth College, Dartmouth College, which is the college that his father went to. So so the way he explained it to Laney, he was saying that his father had this picture of him. Where his father has this picture where he's on his father's shoulders or whatever. And on his shirt, he has a sweatshirt that says Dartmouth. Zach has a shirt on that says Dartmouth. So he was like, my father was trying to fix his mistakes through me or something like that. He keeps saying, pick a college, pick a college, pick a college. What he's really trying to say is, pick Dartmouth, pick the college I went to, pick the college I went to, be like me. This is how he was translating his relationship with his father. And so many words, he thought that his father was trying to mind control him into going to Dartmouth, or whatever. So Laney was like, he told him, he needed to hurry up and do something. He's perfectly capable of making his own decisions. Blah 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 blah. So after that, she asked him, well, why did you come? She said, why did you come here? She asked him, why did he come here? And he looked at her and said, I forget. When he looked at her with this look on his face and was like, I forget. God shit. Came to this planet as a soul. Become a baby, then you grow up and you forget who you are. That's why you have to relearn or learn all this information to get knowledge of self and know who you are. So she was asking him, why did he come to her house today? He said, I forget. But really what she was saying was, why did you come to this planet? Why did you come here? Which is the most important thing. Why did you come here? Once you find out why you really came, you can get down to business or some shit. If you don't even know you on a mission, you double fucked. So, yeah, that's what it was. She told him he's completely capable of making his own decisions, and then he tell her she didn't make a. While she's trying to tell him to stop being so indecisive, he looks at her and said, "Well, you need to take a look in the mirror." They tell her you need to do the same thing. And then she asked him why he really came, and she said, "I forget." He said, "I forget." and they was about to kiss, and when they was getting ready to kiss, she stopped right in the middle of the kiss and was like, "You're not doing this just." She was like, "What you say? You're not just doing this for the prom, are you?" And it kind of fucked his rhythm up. Kind of reminded him that all this shit started with some bullshit. He was really in the mood. He was really there now. So he didn't want to answer. He's like, "You know what? I gotta go. Can I talk to you later?" So he was like, "Sure." And he ran out of there in a nervous, frantic or whatever, franticking out of there. But the next scene is he has a dream. Now you finna see the twins. Now, in his dream, he sees Lainey and Taylor talking shit about him. And he's over there chilling with Brock. I think Lainey told Taylor, because in the dream it's like, I guess, this was supposed to be like a flip side of it. Like, yeah, they did what the boys did what they did, but he's dreaming as if, what if the girls was teamed up on the slick too? Cause they over there talking, and Lainey told Taylor, "Girl, he did exactly what you said he was gonna do." She was like, "I know. She said, "I created him." So when she said that, first and foremost, her name is Taylor. Taylor webs and but Taylor basically deals with clothes or whatever, fitting and all that, and sewing and shit. That's Neef energy, the web weaver. She said, "Yeah, I know I made him." She said, "I know I created him." So what she was saying when she said that was, basically she was representing the feminine energy of the woman. That well, she was saying that in regards to femininity. You know, the baby is created within the womb of the mother. So that's what she was saying when she said that I created him. And they start laughing and joking and shit. And then he's over there talking to Brock, and he telling Brock how he had. Let me see, so I can get the exact sheet told her. So him and Brock talking, he tell Brock, "No, man, I really like her." And yeah, so Zach tells Brock he really likes Lainey, and after that, Zach wakes up. He wake up. Now, they go back to the school. Now, Lainey is popular now. Now she got people. Now she walking through she nominated for prom queen now. So she walking through the hallway. Now you can see that confidence in her. When you see her walking through the hallways, now you see her walking with a strut, with a certain confidence about herself now. You got the dudes outside. They had a little rap cipher where they was talking about Lainey. So she's not only an artist, but she's inspiring art, because rapping is art. They out there rapping about her and Lainey, or they rapping about Lainey and Taylor and all that. It's rapping about how Lainey's all that, or whatever, and Taylor's not. So she has inspired a cipher. And so she walking through the halls with doing her little strut. Now she got a little pep in her step. Now you will see it. And So they at the so now Laney and Jesse are at the lunch table. This is where the bottle of Danny, you're gonna see the bottle of Danny water. And they talking this shit, and he said something about the dolphins. They had a little, her, they environmentalists. They care about nature. So he said something about the dolphins in regards to, something about the environment or something. Now, Lainey is showing you, she shows you a part of her transformation in this scene. Because instead of saying, yeah, because the dolphins, she was like, screw the dolphins. So now she's like, fuck that shit. Well, I'm on some other shit right now. Yeah, I know what you said. She's like, screw the dolphins. And then he said a joke after that. It was like, the last guy that did that got locked up or something like that. And they started laughing and shit. And then Lainey looks at Jesse and says, Jesse, am I kissable? Because now she's thinking that by Zach stopping in mid-kiss when they were getting ready to kiss and running out of there, now she's thinking that it was something wrong with her, that he did that because it was something wrong with her. So he asked her, Jesse, am I kissable? And it freaked Jesse out. Jesse like, oh, I'm out of here or something like that. Because this is his best friend. He ain't saying because he's gay or he look like he don't like women when she asked him that, but he's saying it from the perspective of this my homegirl. It's weird to him that to be kind of having that conversation with Lainey. Oh my gosh, shit. So she asked him that, and let me see. Yeah, she asked him that, and it kind of took through him for a loop. And then after that, they show Simon, he passed through. Now when he passed through, he holding a pepper shaker in his hand. One of the long ones though. And so he's holding a pepper shaker in his hand. And I guess he's the pepper boy up there. He's going through the hall, through the cafeteria, seeing fresh ground pepper, asking everybody if they want fresh ground pepper on any of their shit or whatever. I'm sure on any of their food or whatever. And he gets to so he ride by on the skates. Jesse looks at Lainey and said he must be crazy. And she thought he was talking about Simon, because Simon had just passed by. So she's like, who's Simon? And he was like, no, Zach. So what he was trying to tell her was, and this is post makeover. So now even Jesse can see the, you know what I'm saying? So he was like, he must be crazy. And she was like, who's Simon? He was like, no, Zach. Basically trying to say, if he don't fuck with you, he crazy as hell because you beautiful or whatever. So now we get to some Action Jackson shit right here. All right. So we got my boy, old Simon. He rolling with the pepper shaker. So he rolls up on this one girl sitting at the table and says, fresh ground pepper. She hands him a pizza. So he was like, what, not hot enough for you or something? So he takes the pizza and he got the pizza in one hand and he got the fresh ground pepper thing in the other hand. So it looked like he's holding a sword and a shield. A sword in one hand and a shield in the other hand. Michael Jackson, sword and a shield. I did a Michael Jackson tribute called The Sword and the Shield. That's what it reminded me of when I be seeing that shit. So he got the pizza in one hand and he got the pepper shaker in the other hand. Now, this you can see this shit kind of got a house party thing to it because when you look at where were they fucking with kid at full force in the cafeteria? What kids told Piece to Robert Harris to what he told Pops? He said he called my mom out her name. Now let's go here. So the bullies catch up with Simon. One of them grab him, the other one take his plate or take the pizza off of him. So the one that grabbed him sat him down at the table and pulled out a Playboy nude magazine. So when he pulled out the nude magazine, Simon was trying to get away with. First and foremost, when they grabbed him, he didn't call him Simon, he called him Seaman. Now, on one hand, that was a diss, but then when you look at the underlying aspect of the movie, what they were trying to say was, like I was just telling you, he was the baby Horace or baby Heru sitting on the lap of Isis, who was Laney after his mother's funeral. So his name is Simon, but he called him Seaman. Seaman does pertain to the Heru energy, the seed, the baby, the understanding. But he was saying it as a diss. So he sat him down and pulled out the new book. Simon tried to jump up, he pulled him back down. Meanwhile, the other bully dude, he has the pizza, and he's putting pubic hairs on the pizza. So he's trying to make Simon eat the pizza. Even added some deep shit. It's vulgar, but it's vulgar or it might be sound nasty, but even that, the pizza being the surface of the earth, and we talking about in the process of this shit being created. The pubic hair on the pizza would be the melanin or that was falling back down to the earth when the light was escaping those spears in the center. Go watch Syrian Star Power Mode, Creation of Birth, Creation of the Earth, Birth of the Sun. Go watch it, you'll see what I'm saying about the hair falling, the eyelashes or whatever. But they were trying to show you that the pizza represented the outer duct, the outer terrain. The pepper shaker represented the spear in the middle. I mean the pillars, the twin pillars in the middle, or whatever. So now here's where shit gets interesting. One of the dudes had on a shirt that said "Kill all artists." Okay, so let's get into it. He has on a shirt that says "Kill all artists." Now, when you go back and look at that Good Music Matters video I did last year, you'll see I talked about how they was trying to kill artistry. How I was talking about the episode of Outer Limits where Sheena Easton represented this popular artist, and she kept seeing this woman in the mirror that was trying to tell her to get away from them, her music, the people she deal with, her music label and the people that handle her music affair, music business or whatever, because she said they was trying to kill her. They knew if they knew they couldn't do what they wanted to do with music if she stayed around, which was they wanted to dumb the music down to make everything cookie cutter. But they had to get Sheena Easton out the way first. So the woman in the mirror kept telling her that. So they was trying to kill the artist. When you look at the shirt, it says "Kill the artist." Heru is a form of art. There's a god called Ort, which represents the soul. O-R-T, it's O-R-T. And it means soul. So he represents and he had on fatigues and shit. So it's like they was trying to show you that these was the warmongers, or they were raging war or something. But so when they put the pubic hairs on a piece or whatever, and then Zach walk in the cafeteria and see all this shit going on. So he was like, hey, he's like, hold the fuck up. He got me fucked up. Let me see. He had to kill our artist shirt on. Which is what when you look at the so-called powers that be, or whatever you want to call it, that's one of their missions. Because they know that art inspires and art can bring out their God in you, or their goddess in you, or bring out their divinity in you. That's why they watch these artists, and they only allow. That's why they kind of selective with what they let become the big thing of the day and all that shit. Because they know that the art can inspire people, not just through music, all types of art. You know what I'm saying? The gods come through art. Matter of fact, if you go watch the series Star Power joint, the one where I was talking about Lee and DMX, you'll see how they came through that pit without me even trying. I was just freehanding, and that shit all came together. But you'll see where DMX and Aaliyah came through the art, through the drawing or whatever, because they'll do that. That's why, but when you look at the music side of things, that's one of the reasons why they took the music out of school, because they're trying to curtail the rise of the artist as much as they can. So taking instruments out of school doesn't necessarily mean that a person will not learn how to play the flute, so to speak, or play an instrument. It just means basically they said, well, you have to find that inspiration on your own. We're not gonna let you come to our public school and then our public school introduce you to the saxophone, and then you start playing this saxophone like a god and go out and grow up and be the greatest saxophone player ever and create a whole new some shit we don't want. So we'll take this shit out of school. That's like taking art out of school. Can you imagine going to school and not letting them and not being able to learn how to draw? Same thing. That's the reason why they took the music out of school and shit. But to kill our artist thing. So they were trying to, and they put them on the end. That's why I like this movie, because they put them on the antagonistic side of things. So it's showing you that this is a bad guy, or this is negative or whatever. Kind of like the Dean character or whatever. So you get to kill our artist shirt on. So that goes to show you that when we say that they are trying to kill real music, or they trying to kill, I keep saying music because that's what I meant to. But I'm just saying, when they keep trying to suppress artistry or control it so that it manifests in a manner to where, it comes to us in a manner to where it won't be, it's divinely inspiring. Movies like this prove it by little things like what that guy had on his shirt. So, but I said that about the house party thing though, is because when the dude was forcing Simon to watch the magazine, he said, she kind of looks like your mother. Simon said, my mother's dead. You know what I'm saying? So then that's right when Zach came in. So okay, so when Zach comes to the building, he was like, hey, put that shit down. Ooh. Almost look like a lawman or something. When he walk up in that motherfucker and he's like, what y'all doing fucking with my little buddy? He say, you. He took the pizza. He told now the dude that would put his pubic hairs on the pizza had red hair. just to indicate the set energy. The redhead stepchild, the ruddy set, the set. So they were showing you that this is an antagonizing figure, or a bad guy, so to speak, or whatever. He had the red hair and shit. So he tells the dude with the red hair, pick the pizza up and hoover it. Now I guess that's California Beach Boy slang for eating or some shit. I guess he talking to hoover the shit. So or he could be making a reference to the Super Hoover vacuum cleaners. You know what I'm saying? Vacuums, inhale dirt and shit when you eat. It's like pulling in or inhaling food or whatever it go. But he told him nigga to hoover it. So now everybody finna watch this motherfucker eat his own pubic hairs and shit. So he took a bite, and the other dude who was making Simon look at the nudie magazine. He's sitting there watching his homeboy eat the pizza like, oh, and Zach looking at him like, hold up, don't eat all that. Shit, that was funny. Man, don't eat all that. He said, get something to your homeboy over here. So, shit, that was funny. So the nigga passed to his homeboy and shit. Nigga like, no, man, that's his shoes. He said, well, you should have thought about that before you start fucking with my little homie right here. So, that nigga had to eat that shit, man. That was cold. So they ate the pizza and shit. Mind you, Laney in the cafeteria the whole time watching this shit. So he hold up. I think this was, make sure this is, trying to see this is before she found out about the bet or after. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Well, anyway, okay, so this must be, I don't think that she don't know about the bet yet. I finna say he earned some brownie points. We earned brownie points with Laney with that move right there. Not trying to, he just came in and seen the shit, and she just so happened to be watching. I don't even know if he seen it, but she just so happened to be watching when he did all that, when he helped her or whatever. So, they kind of put him in a place with her. And yeah. So they took the guy. I want to go back to the killer artist thing. So they took the guy who was supposed to be an antagonistic figure or bad guy, whatever you want to call it in the movie, and they put the killer artist shirt on. I like that part because they're trying to show you that you can tell that these people are they put him in that simply because what they're trying to say is people who want to kill the art are fucked up people or bad guys or whatever, that bullies, so to speak. But you'll see a part in that scene where Simon has the pepper shaker in one hand, and then he has the pizza in one hand, and it looks like he's holding a shield and a sword. Or you could just look at it as the middle pillar in the circumference or the circle. The pillar the pepper shaker being the pillar that grew from the center of the circumference. So he tells them niggas to hoover it. So next thing you know, anyway, now Paul Walker he goes to Laney's job. Now he trying to really win Laney over or whatever. But when them niggas was when them dudes was in the schoolyard rapping, make that rap song about Laney, he was watching that shit from upstairs, smoking a cigarette and shit, and looking like you could tell he was pissed off still about him and that thing with Zach. But here's another indication of him being a fucked up type of person. And while he's sitting there, he's smoking a cigarette and he watching them down there rap about doing the Laney song. When they finish the song, they show him just like mad lick on his face. There was a dude next to him drinking a Diet Coke. He took his cigarette and threw it in the guy's Diet Coke and walked off. Some fucked up nigga shit. So he's trying to show you this is a bad guy. He's fucked up. He's a set guy. Or he's a unbraved set or whatever you want to call it shit. So Dean goes to Laney's job or whatever. He goes to Laney's job. So he goes up to Laney's job. So now he on his slithery shit. And they're like, well, tells Laney, Zach, he really doesn't like you. He tells us all the time how he really doesn't like you like that. Blah 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 blah. So many words. What he's doing is feeding her already existing insecurities because she already feel like she ain't good enough for him or whatever to one degree or another. And then he comes with this bullshit, this, that, and the third. And the whole while the man really is catching feelings for the girl. But these are all consequences of the way he had to find out about it. They chose to go about opening up this goddamn Pandora's box. So he telling Laney, Zach don't really like doing player hater shit. He doesn't really like you and blah 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 blah. And I think it's when he asked Laney to go to the prom with him. Paul. Yeah, that's when he asked her to go to the prom with him. So now he says all that bullshit. And, he says all that. And then let's say now him and Laney kicking it. So Zach catched them together one day, and you can tell he was in his feelings about it. He's like, what the fuck going on here? And Dean was like, yeah, we going to the prom together. So Zach was like, what? That's bullshit. So Laney said, oh, so him going to the prom with me is bullshit because he's going with me. And now this is when this is what Dean get on some real bullshit right here. There's real the whole ass nigga come out of him. He say he went ahead and spilled the beans. But look how he do it though. See now, even though it's fake, it goes back to what I was telling y'all about tapping into how although these characters may be dominated by one template, they still have little parts of them that show you that refers to other deities or whatever. So even though Dean is even though he's meant to represent the set type or the set energy in the movie, he's dominated by the set energy. he partakes of I guess you say the good guy energy or the hey root energy or whatever, by actually telling Laney, by coming out and telling Laney the truth. Only thing about it was his intentions behind why he told the truth was fucked up. He tried to make it seem like he was saying this from the heart of a good person, but he really was trying to do this shit to further the gap between Laney and Zach. So now he's trying to take a play out of Zach book and get on some good guy shit like, Laney, I'm tired of this. What he said, Laney, I'm so tired of this. I gotta tell you the truth and all this shit. It's so stupid. Me and Zach made a bet that we could make you a prom. He told her about the bet in so many words. So she looked at Zach and was like, is this true? Am I a fucking bet? Now this is why I say that boy's a good actor, Freddie Prinze Jr. Man, you see the way that nigga was. He looked hurt. When that nigga Zach, when Dean told her that, and then he had to look her in her eyes and face. You gotta think about it. It was true what Dean was saying, but at this point now, this nigga really liked the girl. You know what I'm saying? So he probably had already been in his mind trying to figure out how to make a transition into really get with her and tell her, hey, this is some bullshit. Started with some bullshit, but I'm really catching feelings or whatever. So he probably was already dealing with that shit when he came to grips with the fact that he wanted to be with her within himself. But then this nigga just throws it out there. So now you could ain't no waiting around no more now. You gotta deal with it head. No, he threw it out there. But he under some fucked up reasons. So but the reason I say he's a good actor, man, when you look at the way if you look at the look he had in his eyes when he was looking back at her when she was asking that nigga, was that shit true? And that nigga had to say, you a real nigga. So at this point, even though there was some bullshit that got us here, he had to by him being overall a real type of cat or whatever, he couldn't lie to him. He had to just look at him like, yeah. But the way he looked in his eyes, he looked like he was fucked up. That shit looked real. I had to take my hat off to that point. They made me feel that point when I saw that shit. So, after that part, he fucked up. He walked out. He crying. Well, it looked like he was finna cry, to be honest. Then you got the one scene where Taylor and, which isn't major, just listen to throw it there, but you got the one scene where Taylor and Laney face off and to take the kind of like a win, to take the pictures that they're gonna use to advertise for them for the prom queen shit or whatever. So you see Laney and everybody, Laney clique got like these little Laney buttons on them. Everybody got these little painting buttons on them. So you see Laney and everybody that's down with her clique. She walking, got a little strut, and now she got that little confident walk. She feeling confident in herself. She went from falling up the stairs and downstairs, and now she got to walk together. That's what I was trying to show you with that. Just look at how she walking when she walking, later on in the movie through them school hallways. You see a little twist in her hip. She walking, and they show Taylor and her little clique walking, and they end up meeting up, and they face off like they finna fight, and then Taylor put her arm around her and was like, smile for the camera, just do it for the camera, they look for a smile. She show you who's the real and the fake one. Laney is mean mugging, like, bitch, I don't want to fuck with you. She's smiling and let's act like me, just for the camera and shit, but it's just to show you the difference between real motherfuckers and fake motherfuckers. Plastic motherfuckers. So let's see. Okay, so now at this point, Taylor has officially been dumped by Brock. Now she doubles back to Zach, and she telling Zach, I know we still going to the prom together. She's like, I know. She said, I know everything how everything happened, but it'd still be a good look for us to just for us to be the prom king and prom queen. Whether she just want to do it for the look or whatever. But I think that conversation was earlier. I think this is when she came back to actually be with him, because they kind of got back together because they ended up going to the prom together. Matter of fact, she was when he had to tell Lainey he was all about the bet. I think Lainey walked off and Taylor walked up and was like, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. I think while her and Brock was still together, she told Zach she still wanted to go to the prom with him for the look or whatever. Then the thing with Lainey found out the truth happened, and now after Lainey walk off, she looks at Zach and say, "Pick me up at 8 level" or something like that. So now he's back with Lainey, with Taylor to go to the prom or whatever. Because for sure now, Lainey ain't going with him. Okay, yeah, that's what I brought it up for. So when Taylor doubled back for the prom, Zach says, "What happened to Lord of the Dance?" Lord of the Dance. That's I think that's a Shiva reference. Hold on, real quick. That's Hindu spiritualism, spirituality, right? Give me 1 minute. Okay. Trying to find some scholarship on it. I couldn't find it. One of these books. The Lord of the Dance thing. I got it somewhere over there. But the Lord of the Dance thing, that's like I think that's Shiva. But the Lord of the Dance, like I was telling y'all about the Kundalini Rising book. We were talking about the baby dancing into fruition. That's one of the things. First and foremost, dancing is a part of the liberal arts. It's part of the arts. But when the Kundalini Rising book, if I'm mistaken, it had a lot of it had like a, it almost, I think a Indian guy wrote that book. I want to say that for some reason, which makes it even more relevant. But the Lord of the Dance, I think that's Shiva or something. But it's a I have to find it. But when I do my next video, when I do that other movie that's I was telling y'all about, I go back and touch on some things that I've been missing this one. In regards to this movie, and then blend on into the actual movie I've been talking about in that video. But so if I missed it on this one, I try to find it and speak on it, drop a few gems. Like I said, I'm thinking about doing another video to go along with these two right here. So 2 or 3 however many it takes. So you go back for the poem. Zach asked, so what happened to Lord of the Dance? Talking about Brock. She tells him Brock broke up with her. Okay, we already went through this part, bro. He flipped the script, told Laney about the bed. Zach calls Laney house trying to apologize. Simon picks up the phone, told him, call him an asshole, told him to quit calling an asshole or whatever. Everybody mad at him because they found out. So, then Laney tells her old man that she was going to the store later. They go to a scene where Laney tells her old man she was going to the store later, blah, blah. They were trying to show you her performing they were trying to show you her having to perform the feminine duties that her mother may have, performing duties that her mother may have did if she was there. Then her and her father had to start having a conversation. So old man was like, he basically tells Lane, he said, some people think that being a pool man is not a respectable job. Okay, yeah, all right, I see us. So he started saying, he was like, man, he said, I take care of my family. He said, I got a roof over our head, and I'm paraphrasing, but he was basically so many words. He was telling her, some people don't view pool men as respectable. Being a pool man is a respectable job. But then he started naming how he take everything that he needs in his life to be taken care, everything that he needs in life to provide for him and his kids. Being a pool man is providing that. So some of the words what he was trying to say was, maybe I'm not in a 20-story mansion or whatever the fuck these people think you're supposed to be in or whatever. And maybe they don't think that being a pool man is a respectable job, but it gets the job done. So fuck it, you know what I'm saying? And all this shit ties back to water. Like I said, I gotta keep saying that. He's a pool man. Pool, water. They go to the beach. Laney's concerned about the water. She paints her mother in the baby with the watery type look. When you see the painting of her mother, you'll see how it reminds you of water, the baby blue. Then her father asked the pool guy. So this is when her old man basically started speaking about the role reversal. He was like, I think he said that about the stove. When she said that about the store, that's what kind of sparked everything. So he was like, and I'm paraphrasing, but he was, let me see about. Oh, okay, that's what he told her. He said, he basically told her, he said he told her, I think you take on so much grown up responsibility to avoid being about the business of being a kid, which I was talking about earlier, whatever. So in so many words, what he was trying to tell her was, you need to the one of the things about being a kid is being well, I'll give you my spiel on it, how I perceive it, how you can take that, because I can relate to that. First and foremost, kids and fun go together. Fun, period. Everybody likes to have fun, period. You're never too old to have fun. But your years growing up as a kid, those are depending on who you are. Those I'll put it like this: you ever notice how as a kid it's easier to have fun when you're a kid. Your mom used to take you to McDonald's, you go and jump in them plastic ass jumpy balls all day, and that shit, you 6 or 7, and that shit was the world of you. 8 or 9, you was playing video games. 8 or 9, that never stopped. But just follow me. Shit, you get by the time you get to 13, 14, them jumpy balls ain't gonna do it no more. It ain't that easy no more to have fun. Now you need some other shit. Girls is coming with the opposite sex is coming into play now, and so many words. What I'm trying to say is, the older you get, the little bit more you have to do to get squeezed to fun out of life. Especially when you get to an age when you have to start worrying about your responsibilities. See, if you're a kid and you're not in that bad of a shape, because like I say, even sometimes some kids grew up fucked up. So some kids maybe didn't have a fun childhood if they had due to whatever circumstances they grew up in. Well, we just try to keep it on a typical level. Shit, even my old man told me. I remember my 9th grade year. You know, we doing everything. It was the beginning of the school year and shit, and we was doing everything, getting enrolling and all that shit. I was going from middle school to high school, so we had to do something. Go up there and take some paperwork, some shit. We was riding, and he was like, boy, he said, you better enjoy these next 4 years of your life, because these gonna be some of the best years of your life. And I think he was right. Now, what I want to say, these were the 4 best years, not the 4 best, but four of the best. Because we still here, baby. They got I know I can get it, do it. Have a little bit more fun than that. But nonetheless, I understood what he said when he said it, but I understood it even more so when I finally graduated. Because them last few weeks of school, you really start feeling me. Like, as much as we talk shit about school, and we love the weekend, and we love summer, and love when we don't have to go to school, you goddamn right, I can sleep in and all that shit. When it was all said and done, when it was time, it was getting closer and closer to walk that stage, walking through them hallways was like, damn, I'm gonna kind of miss this place, man. And you start thinking about everybody. Some people you ain't gonna see no more, some people you will, and and there wasn't no Facebook back then, so we didn't know. But we all, my class, I know some people were too old to be able to really reunite with, or maybe not, because the way Facebook had that shit set up. Yeah, Facebook had that shit set up pretty. Well, you could pretty everybody. I was finna say, a lot of old people probably find it hard to reunite with all the high school people they went to school with, based on the fact of being so old. And it still might be a little harder, but I would, in my personal opinion, I would say it's easier, or more people from, let's just say we'll just say the late 80s on up and now probably had an easier time connecting with people that they went, and finding people that they went to high school with via Facebook. So Um, not saying people before that couldn't, but you know, shit. Plus the older people, you know, plus the older you were when Facebook and shit popped off, the less likely you were to even be on the shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, 'cause a lot of old folks they kind of technologically deficient, relatively speaking. So, even though all they had to do was maybe get on Facebook, start a page, put in their high school, and then bring everything up, or show them suggestions. You know, a lot of old people, that's like my old man, he don't got no Facebook, he don't want one. So, but if he was to get on it, he probably could find a few people. But I say it probably be the older you are, the harder it probably was for to find your high school friends and shit. Like I was in jail when Facebook came out, so when I came home, that was right up my alley because it kind of gave me it made it different for, and this was 7 years after I graduated, but I saw how different it was for my generation and people my age and a little younger and maybe a little older than people my father's age, for example, or a little younger. Because unlike a lot of people, we those that are around for the Facebook thing, we was able to damn near find everybody we went to school with if they had a Facebook page on Facebook, as opposed to if it wasn't no Facebook or no social media type of apps. You just see a motherfucker when you see him. If you bump into him, you bump into him. If you don't, you don't. You know what I'm saying? But here we go again with the internet being a unifier. That's why I say I think we don't. I still think we as much as we utilize the internet and social media and all that, I still don't think that we understand. I still don't think that we fully understand the impact and the positive impact. It has its positive and negative. Just like I was telling you earlier about Coyle Ray and Lizzo. It has your negative shit too. You got motherfuckers, you do some shit, you gonna have your stupid motherfucker get on there talking shit. Then you got dumb motherfuckers that just do dumb shit just to get internet famous. So you got your balance. But I think the good outweighs the bad with the internet, and I don't think that we fully, I don't want to say fully appreciate what the internet has brought to the table. I think the safe way to say it would probably be, I think we've yet to grasp the type of grasp the concept of the type of appreciation that we should have for the internet. Just me, this is coming to you via internet, so you know what I'm saying. But when my old man told me that, I kind of felt where he was coming from, because I always school with me, like I said, you put some girls in that motherfucker, wherever we at, this shit. Well, I don't say wherever, cause you know, but you know, everybody don't. At the end of the day, people like we don't like school and all this shit. But with me, you know, I always look at the bright side of shit. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna go to school and I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do, so I can have my shit together to at least to this degree. To, you know, now even though we know now that college don't necessarily make you successful, and you can go to college and still end up on the short end of the stick and all that shit. We know the public school has its flaws and shit, whatever. But for a guy like me who said I'm going to graduate, I'm a street nigga, I'm smoking weed and dabbling in drugs, and we out the streets with crack and pistols and whatever the fuck was going on when I was in, you know what I'm saying, from that element of life, just so to speak. But even though I deal in that and I'm being involved in the streets, I'm not gonna take the typical street nigga approach and just say fuck school. So I went to school, graduated, But the thing about school for me was the girls. So it's like I'm gonna go here and do what I'm supposed to do, and I'm gonna have fun with it. Cause you know why? It's a bunch of a whole lot of my favorite things around this motherfucker, which is women. So that was always my favorite part of school, to be honest. The girls. And plus, you do learn some shit. I know we talk our shit as conscious people, like public school failed us and all this shit. But I'll be honest with you when it comes to that. Cause some people like, oh, I'm not sending my kids to public school. I personally would want my kids to go to public school because I wouldn't want to rob them of the social experience. It's a lot of shit that you get a lot of memories and a lot of relevant things, or a lot of things that are presently relevant or tied to a lot of stuff that happen in school or whatever. And I think it's a good way for kids to go out and learn how the world works. It's like a little microcosm of the world. Now, the shit that they not teaching or the lies that they telling, really and truly, is your job as a parent to be able to teach your kids. So public school ain't teaching your kids what they supposed to do or what they supposed to know. Fuck it. Even if you just look at it like that, at least send them there for be babysitting or whatever. The shit you feel like they should know or the way the story should be told, whatever it should be, that's your job to do that. So when they do go to public school, it don't matter what the fuck they learning. Just make sure they get that fucking paper and get up out of there. And learn some shit. Don't just go in there hard. Because you do learn shit in public school, even though it's some bull, some shit you have to, ain't no way around it. Math, science and shit, ain't no way around. Math for sure. Math is absolute. Science, you start dealing with hypotheses and shit or whatever. History, we already know what they did with that. You can twist and turn that shit all day. Yeah. But I will say that, oh shit. I would say, I would want my kids to have that experience. And to keep me on my game, because I have to coach them. See, private school, really, I was saying that public school versus homeschooling. There's nothing wrong with homeschool either. You want to homeschool your kid, that's cool too. I'm just telling you what could be running through my mind when I think of that type of shit. Anyway, now get back on track. But yeah, when he told me that, and then when it came time for graduation, I ain't gonna lie, I kind of was a little sad around. And I ain't gonna lie, I was like, man, I'm gonna kind of miss this shit. You know what I'm saying? Walking through them halls, you walking through the hallways the last two days of school and shit. And you like, damn, it's really almost over. And whoop, 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 whoop. And I ain't gonna lie, damn, that shed a tear around that time, because you do grow kind of attached and have that familiar type of vibe. Any type of institution. Once you go there, you go for 4 years, and some people leave, some people stay, y'all still around. And you start, even though you may not hang with everybody in the goddamn school that personally, but when it comes to an end, you gonna still be like, damn. Well, at least I did. I was like, damn, man. We all, it's kind of like with that nigga, it's basically like, you look at it like, damn, we all finna grow up and, with the whoop. But I just want to say that though. But my old man said that, I kind of understood what he was saying when he said that. And then I really understood it at the end. I was like, damn, nigga did have a lot of fun and shit. You know what I'm saying? We had some bullshit times too, but, nigga did have some fun in that motherfucker, man. So, when Lainey's father was telling her so many words we were trying to tell her was don't miss out, because when you're a kid, that's when you're the most vulnerable to fun. Should I say that a good word? Or you're more sensitive to fun. It's easier to have fun. So what he was trying to tell her was, hey man, you finna grow up, and you'll still be able to have fun, but the responsibilities of being an adult makes it harder to have fun because you got all these things you got to worry about. Now, when you're a kid, depending on how you grew up, you kind of worry free. If you're all right, your parents doing pretty much all right. Now you ain't got to be rich in there, but as long as they doing all right, keeping you provided with what you need and keeping you with some name brand shit. I say that for a reason. I know you might say, "Oh, that's materialistic." And no, yeah, that name. Look, nobody wants to be the nigga with the XJ 900s, man. And believe it or not, a lot of dropouts probably came from a lot of high school dropouts. The reason for them dropping out, a lot of them probably was because of shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Having to go to school with them pro wings on, and everybody else name brand Nike and all that shit, and you getting ranked on all day and shit. That'll make you every time you go to school, a motherfucker fucking with you, and that's fucking with your self-esteem. Your clothes ain't fly like everybody else and shit. Motherfucker gonna either go sell some dope and get his shit right, or motherfucker gonna say fuck that. Probably gonna still end up selling dope anyway, straight up. But a lot of niggas dropped out because of that shit, which is I ain't gonna kind of understandable. I don't know how that feels. That's why I have to be grateful for the circumstances I grew up under, because everybody didn't grow up like that. Like I said, we wasn't the goddamn Vivian and Philip Banks or no shit like that. But a nigga, Pops kept a nigga some fly shit or whatever at least. I didn't have the new Jordans every month, but I went a nigga with the XJs on. But yeah, he tells her that okay, so yeah, all right. So he tells her he thinks she spends so much time trying to do mature grown up shit to escape being a kid or whatever. So this is when she's getting ready to go to the prom. Dean asked for the prom. She said she'd go. Her and her father having that conversation, and he was like, it's a young man upstairs that I forgot what made him how he segued into that. But the whole while Dean was upstairs when they was talking. Hold on, is that the same scene? Okay, tell them above. I can't think that was all the same scene. Let's talk about the store. Whatever. So anyway, so she's getting ready to go to the prom. And he tells her, when you go out tonight, go out and have fun. But don't just have fun. When you go out tonight, have fun, and have fun for you. He's trying to tell her, go back to what I was telling you about the people pleaser thing in the beginning. He was trying to tell her, when you go out and have fun, make sure you're doing this for you, because you want to do it and you want to have fun. Don't worry about what everybody else thinking and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So she meet up with Dean. And he tell her, now he's trying to work over. you know, he's trying to put the moves on. I know you don't trust me, and I respect that. And you gotta state the obvious. You know what I'm saying? He just ding to the lady. I know you don't respect me, and blah 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 blah. And telling her she don't have to change and all that. Telling her she doesn't have to change. Which is set shit. Set is the ass, the stubborn, the ass, the stubborn creature. Osiris is the Lord of transformation. The ass or set represents fixation, not changing, being stuck. You know what I'm saying? Osiris, on the other hand, is the Lord of transformation. So he's telling her she don't have to change. When this whole movie is about her transformation. So okay, so yeah. I think when they came to the prom together, yeah, Gabriel Union and Preston was having a conversation. It was like, damn, I think they saw Laney with Dean and was like, I think Gabriel Union asked Preston, did he know about this? And that's when Preston told her, nah, you the one nominated her. Blah 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 blah. That's how you find out that Gabriel Union nominated Laney. Because when Laney got the drink poured down her dress, that made Gabriel Union look at Taylor like she was a piece of shit. And then she went on to nominate Laney when instead of riding with her homegirl, or supposed to be homegirl, who was supposed to be the prom queen, or whatever. So, okay, so when Zach get to the dance, he with Mackenzie. Him and his sister pull up to the dance together or whatever. And before they go to the dance, though, they show him putting on her corset or something like that. I think it's a corset. The thing on the wrist, I think. I can't remember. They show him doing that. So Mackenzie tells Zach, find Lane, because they looking for Laney. That's why they going. So when they get there, Mackenzie tells Zach, find Laney and cut in. Basically get in the middle with her and whoever she dancing with and holler at her. So so he walking through the prom. Taylor pops up. Taylor popped up on him and grabbed him. It's like, I forgive you. Now let's go dance. As if he did some shit wrong to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was some crazy shit. So, I want to, let me go back for a minute. I know I'm kind of all over the place, but I want to go back to, I don't think I'm putting enough emphasis on it. Zach and his father, with the whole college thing. That scene. It was one scene where one scene where Zach's father was like, "Man, you still ain't heard from no colleges yet? It's pretty late in the year." And Zach was like, not really. The whole while he got a stack of invitations to colleges in his drawer or whatever. He just being indecisive, I guess. I think what it was he probably wanted to go somewhere else, but thought his father wanted him to go to Dartmouth. So he probably did want to go to Dartmouth, but was afraid of how his father was gonna feel if he didn't go or whatever. So anyway, I told you a story about what he told. He felt like he felt like when he used to see that picture of him on his father's shoulder with the Dartmouth sweatshirt on, he felt like his father was trying. That was his father trying to tell him or convince him subtly to go to Dartmouth. But him and his father end up having a conversation about it. His father finds the stack of acceptance. I mean the stack of college invitations in his room and go off on him. Like, man, what the fuck is you doing? And I got the notes on that. I know I just seen that dialogue over the further down. But anyway, him and Zach get into an argument. Zach falls and he tells him, I can make my own decisions. I don't need you trying to influence me or whatever he said. And his father didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. But it goes to show you how much mind control your parents have over you. Your mother in particular, but your parents, period. Even without trying. Because his father ended up telling the nigga that he was like, when he told his father what he was thinking, his father was like, he was kind of flabbergasted. He was like, oh, nah, I never meant that. You know what I'm saying? I never go where you want to go. He's like, I never meant, I'm sorry if I did something to make you feel that way, but that's not what I was, that's not my gift. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I just seen that shit. The notes on it. So I can make it a little, be a little bit more, I can be a little bit more detailed with the whole conversation went. I know I just seen it. That's what made me go back, because I seen the notes, but I never spoke from them. Okay, there we go. Yeah, he tells, when they finally get to the argument, Zach tells his old man, I think he said, you never have time. He's like, you pissed off half the time. He's basically telling them all the shit he see with his father, why he don't want to be like, do what his father did. He was like, pissed off half. You never have time. You pissed off half the time. You can't. And he tells his father, you can't fix your mistakes through me. So he was thinking that his father was trying to fix his mistakes through him. Which really ain't it's not really hard to come to those type of conclusions, because sometimes your parents try to keep you from making the same mistakes they did. So it's not necessarily like they're trying to fix their mistakes in particular. They're looking at it like, well, I know where I fucked up at, and I did that already. But I'm trying to make sure, I'm gonna try to make sure my kid don't fuck up the same way I did. So he could be looking at it like, he could be looking at his father trying to keep him from making mistakes, as his father trying to live through him and fix his mistakes through him. He could be mistranslating that. That's just my little thing on it. Okay, that's what it is. I forgot that part because I went to Taylor Smile and all that shit. Alright, so now, okay, so they get to the party. Now mind you, when they get to the party, watch, another one of the things where they're going to be going down. They got to go, that's what it was at, I think at Preston's party when they came out the house, it was like they was coming up, as if when you walk in the door of Preston's house, you go down. It was some underground type shit at the party. But there's another scene of the party where when they go into the prom, they got to walk down into the dance floors, like going down again. So Usher is the DJ. When they show Usher, what he doing? We back on some Saturn shit now. He DJing, got 2 round vinyls, 2 circles. He DJing. He got the top hat on, with the brim on it, the Saturn shit. That's the Baron Simon shit. Saturn. You see the black and white theme. Now, which I'm gonna speak to this real quick. We'll see a lot of people when you hear them talk on the internet about the Illuminati and all this shit, or they talk about certain things, they'll be like, he had a checkerboard background that represent he's down with them people, and that's not always the case. The shit is ours. These people ran with it. They took everything we talked about, everything they learned from us, and did and used it in whatever manner they used it. But the black and white checkerboard thing is the Isis and Osiris, the yin and the yang, the light and the dark, the masculine and feminine, which was the theme of the party. And then you got Usher with the hat on, DJing, and he up there dancing, and showing you the artistic expression of dance. He dancing, party dancing, whatever, but they have a dance just like on House Party. I'm telling you about the house party scene on where I was telling you how I was comparing the lunchroom scene of this movie with the lunchroom scene of when Kid got into it with Bowley and Lou and them at House Party. Here's another house party hack or house party-ish scene at the prom. Because at the prom they have a face-off and they dance. The girls and the boys have a face-off the same way Kid played Shireen and Sydney and Shireen had on House Party. It was a face-off with the girls against the boys, a dance face-off or whatever. And I ain't gonna lie, that shit was pretty fly. I liked the choreography of that shit, man. You know, even though that type of dance, you know, I'm a hood nigga, so you know when it comes to dancing and shit, you know, we incline to the twerk shit. When it comes to the choreography thing, you know, that ain't. But I like it, this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. Well, like I said, I like dancing, period. You know, choreography is cool and shit and all that too. But I liked it the way they. I think the last time I looked at it, I had a surprising admiration for that style of dancing that they were doing. How they were dancing. You know, niggas might look at it and say, "Oh, it's like some white people shit." You know, but when you look at it, they really cutting up out there. You know, I like it. I like that scene in the movie. But they dancing and shit. They hit their moves. And of course, you know, Zach a cool nigga. That nigga Zach remind me of me, a cool nigga. So he ain't on the dance floor. But Taylor dancing, so they got Taylor leading the dance for the girls, and they got some other dude leading the dance for the dudes. Zach was like, I ain't fucking with it. So they dancing with each other, having a little dance off and shit. Now here's a key scene. Now, remember I told you, you dealing with the Taylor two brothers, or when you go back to Kim and you look at that the imagery of the Taylor two brothers, you have Hey-Ru facing one, you have a two-headed deity. You got Hey-Ru facing one way, and then you got Set facing the other way, facing the back or whatever. Zach, Dean, Hey-Ru, Set, and then you got the Isis and Neptune's version of it with Lainey and your girl Taylor. So when you look at the dance scene, when they dancing, when they first go to the prom scene, when they walk in the scene, Usher playing a song called "The Funk Soul Brother." What I told you, it's a story about the soul. I'm telling you, when the move, Funk Soul Brother, that's, you got that part. And he DJing circles. The vinyl is spinning in a circle, just like the earth spins in a circle. So you got the brim on, he's spinning the vinyl, and then there's one part when they dancing doing the break, doing the face off, or he screams out, "Split like the Red Sea," and the whole dance floor split. And I think that's when the face off started off and they started dancing. Shit, he said, "Split like the Red Sea." Now we go back to the creation of the earth. When the sun finally comes back down, and the earth pushes up, and pushes up over the sun, that last chakra that it meets up with the sun before the earth blasts off into its orbit is red. So you got the sun splitting the earth at its core in the middle, and the last chakra that explodes before the earth goes off into its orbit to the position where it's going to be orbited. You're going to have a red explosion, and red, like Mercury, shoot through the center of the earth as it's floating to its position, with the moon blowing out the top of it on its way to its orbit. So when he say this, and that's the end process of all of this, the earth going to the creation of the earth. When you look at my videos, you'll see that's the end process. Just like this part right here is the end of the movie. So he said split like the Red Sea. So they dancing, doing their thing and shit. Cool scene, man. I like that scene right there, man. I think I'm gonna go back over. I'm gonna do an overview of this, and cause right now I really want to just, it's kind of long, so I really want to just put this out right now, get it out there, and then go back and I guess I'll do that when I bring the pictures out, so I can show you show you this shit, how it relates to the creation of the earth. So you got the song "Funk Soul Brother" playing, and then Usher started dancing, and that shit, when the way Usher started dancing in the booth while he was DJing, it reminded me of what that part in the book Kundalini Rising made me think, when they started talking about how the baby unfolds out of the pineal gland, with the spine unfolding first, and then the rest of the body vibrating into fruition like it's dancing. So when you see Usher start dancing, you're gonna see him do some shit like, this here. You know what I'm saying? That shit, when I saw that, it kind of reminded me of that. It reminds me of that. With that part of that book Kundalini Rising made me think about it. So they get to this, they dancing or whatever. Now, what I was just telling you about the Taylor Two Brothers on the back-to-back shit, there's gonna be a scene where when they dancing, you're gonna see Lainey and Taylor back to back. They're gonna be dancing. Taylor is the Isis or the female Haywood, or whatever you want to call it, and Taylor would be the Set or the female Soot. So they dancing. Lainey's facing one way, she walking backwards and dancing, and Taylor's walking backwards. They dancing, and they end up bumping each other back to back though. So you pay attention, you're gonna see us for a slight second. You're gonna see Lainey and Taylor back to back. So they showing you the twinnism of the Taylor Two Brother type shit. In that case, the Taylor Two Sisters. So just in case anybody out there think I'm on some fugazi, or I always say that for just in case some naysayers who can't really get the picture, see this shit, and want to challenge. Oh, he just making up. He pulling shit out of his ass. No, I'm showing you where they showing you this shit in the movie. She gonna bag up in the Taylor, and they're gonna be back to back for about 3 seconds. Then the scene gonna switch. And they're gonna bump at each other, look like, you know what I'm saying? But so they showing them dancing, and then I like this part. just the way this, I don't know, it was something about the way the music switched. But they raise up and they go from the dance floor and they go up to like the to the top floor or another floor, the hotel or whatever. And they show it, and then when they get up there, they show Jesse sitting down eating, and then a whole nother song come on, like some smooth type shit. That nigga was like, man, this is a pretty good song. And Mackenzie comes out of nowhere. What Mackenzie say? He's sitting at the table, and then Mackenzie comes up and was like, why you sitting at the table? And what she say? I think she said good song. Or I think he said good song. I think she said my favorite at the same time, and he looked up at her. And he was like, hi, I'm Jesse Jackson. That's when I found out his name was Jesse Jackson. Jackson, we go back, Jam, Michael Jackson. I don't see your boy, Jesse Jackson, the dude, Rainbow Coalition Jesse. I don't see no connection here with him, but I see the Jackson, I see the Like Mike, at the Chester thing, I see all that connected. I don't see Jesse Jackson. When nigga said Jesse Jackson, when I first seen the movie, he said Jesse Jackson, I was like, okay, what does Jesse Jackson have to do with anything? I didn't see him. Rainbows? I don't know. But he said, hi, I'm Jesse Jackson. I'm not a good dancer. And she says, hi, I'm Mackenzie. I go to school with 500 chicks. So she must go to an all-girl private school, basically telling him, hey, I'm around bitches all day. I am thirsty for a nigga. That's how it kind of came off, you know what I'm saying? So here we have, so now we know Jesse, I don't know about real life or whatever, but now you can see that, oh, Jesse likes girls. He might hang with one for his best friend, but in this movie, he likes, they hook up him and they end up, I think I'll get to that part. I don't want to get ahead of myself. So, right. So now, your girl at the prom, Lainey, and the art teacher approaches her again, and she was like, "Hey, Lainey, I sent out a bunch of recommendations to different schools for you." Ooh. And Lainey was like, "Thank you." And she was like, I don't know who to think for this new." She said, "I don't know who to think." She said, "I don't know what she said." Let me make sure I got it. Okay. Let me hold up. Rescue me if I'm fucking wrong. I don't want to leave that part. That's key. All right, hold up. Let me slow down. So she bumped into the art teacher, and her art teacher said, "Lainey, let me talk to you real quick. I want to tell you that that art piece you did of your mother is one of the best pictures I've seen all year. I've been sending recommendations to different schools or whatever." She was like, I don't know who to thank for this transformation. Oh, let me see if I wrote it down. Okay, that's what she said. Bye, y'all. She says, I spent 4 years trying to open you up. Whatever's responsible for this change, don't let it go. Zach. So the 4 years opening up. When the sun falls back down after being created above what became the earth, it opened the earth up. It opened the earth up at the center so that it can sit in the center while the earth passed. While it sat in between, when it hit the top, the position it hit when it penetrated the core into the core of the earth, it stayed fixated right there. But you had wind blowing the earth upward. So it was pushing the earth up with the sun in the center, so the sun had a chance to meet up with each chakra as the earth went up, and then finally blew off the top of the sun and went to its orbit. She said it took 4 years for me to open you up. I've been trying for 4 years to open you up. That's what she was referring to, that part right there. Like I say, we at the end of the movie. That's the shit that they saying is pertaining to the end of the process of the earth coming into fruition and all that shit. The 4 years, you have the first thing that happens is when that first spear go up, you got all the light goes up and fills the globe up or fills up. And then second, all that light retracts into itself, goes and it's all the middle light is absorbed by the top spear. The spear light that's at the top absorbs all the other spears under it in the middle, and then all the light that was in the sides or the flanks retract or draw back, and they all draw into the outer circumference of the earth before shooting out of the earth and creating what we now see as the stars in the sky. So first you got the fill up, you got the first part of the process where all the light goes up and fills up, creates the circumference and fills it up, and then you have it where everything retracts and all the light from the center the middle goes up and all of the side light goes out. And then you have the third part of the process when the sun comes back down, boom, hits the core of the earth and then starts to penetrate into it, or the earth starts to raise up while the sun sits in the middle of it. That's the second part when the sun falls back down. The third is when the earth goes up it. And then the fourth part of the process is when the earth actually departs from the sun and goes into its orbit. 4 years or 4 different parts of the process. So that's why she said 4 years. 4 years. The number 4 is an Isis number, or a number of the earth. The square pertains to physicality or physical material. This physical material universe. When that first spear light went straight up, you had 4 other lights that came out with that one before you had 4 other lights that came up with it, and each one of them one went to the north, one went to the south, one went to the east, one to the west. The 4 horsemen, all that. But the number 4 is a number of physicality, and we talking about a movie that's subtly explaining or symbolically explaining how the earth came into fruition from a spiritual aspect into a physical 4 years. So let's go. Okay, here we go. All right. So now we at the scene where you got Preston and Dean. They in the restroom. Checkerboard background, black and white. Jesse is in the restroom stall. They don't know that though. But it's Preston, Dean, and some background people that ain't, they're just some extras. And Dean tells Preston, he's like, yeah, man. Remember he had the prom with Laney, so he telling Preston like, yeah, tonight's the night, man. I got the room and everything, and he showed the room key, room 409. 409. Now, watch this shit. D is the 4th letter of the alphabet. I is the 9th letter. 0 is just 0, so you got 409. So really, what you have there, numerically speaking, alphanumerically speaking, would be D-I, die, or double. Die, double. Diablo. What's another name for the Mexican name for the devil? D-I-A-B-L-O. Diablo. Die. 2, double. The twin. Set. He's the twin or the double of Heru. Dean is the double of Zach or whatever. Now, here's something interesting I found about this movie while we get this part. Another thing they try to show you in this movie is which what we're going into. It almost seems as if people who were putting this movie together, or people who were actually writing this movie, or whatever, it almost seems as if they were trying to, knowing what we know now, and then looking back at this in retrospect, it almost seems as if the people in this movie was trying to send a message out. For the sake of the message, for one, but for two, in spite of those who may have funded the movie or whatever. And what am I talking about? Remember, I don't know if I told you in the first video, but this movie was executive produced by Harvey Weinstein, right? Which means he probably just had something to do with the financial thing. I don't know. But just follow me. Because the motherfucker put their name on some shit and just to have credit in it. I put money in it. I didn't do nothing with the movie, but I want credit for it. I don't know. But I just found it odd that, Harvey Weinstein, now, you know, the whole Me Too movement came out speaking about how Harvey Weinstein is a sexual harasser and blah, 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 and all that, right? But he executive produced this movie. And one of the messages to this movie is anti-sexual harassment, which is what we're about to get into with Dean. So when I look at this movie, I'm like, well, damn. Harvey Weinstein and them was accused of a whole lot of sex crimes, I guess, or sexual harassment within their little roles in Hollywood. And then you have a movie that came out, we started finding this out, 2017, 2016, whatever. And then, but you go back and look in retrospect, you see his name on a movie that is battling against the exact thing that he was a part of, allegedly, or whatever. I don't be keeping them. Did he go to jail? I don't know. Did he go to jail for rape? I don't know. Don't quote me. I just know he was caught up in some bullshit. But I know he was involved in being accused of some sexual harassment shit. And he got this movie with his name involved in it, but the movie is an anti-sexual harassment thing to it with this part right here. Even when you see Dean go into when he goes to Laney's job, when he goes into Laney's job to try to get with her, I'm gonna show you something. When Zach go, you're gonna see the Euro sign behind him. What is a Euro? A Greek sandwich. Hero, what they call sandwiches, heroes. A Greek sandwich is called a Euro. Hero. You're gonna see in the background, you're gonna see the Euro sign. They're gonna make sure you see the Euro sign behind Zach. When Dean goes to when he goes to meet Laney at her job, now this is back in the 90s where it was heavy on the fight against AIDS and all that shit, you know what I'm saying? Which now we know, well, those in the know that really AIDS is some bullshit, really was a hoax. COVID should have showed you that shit, because I told niggas, before the COVID shit, I told niggas what they do to niggas. The shit that I said they do to motherfuckers, they was doing motherfuckers with the AIDS, what they did with COVID. It was just a micro-sized version of it. So, fucking with them doctors and shit. So, when he goes into the, when Dean goes in there, see, you see an AIDS, you see like a table with pamphlets on it. It was one of the pamphlets had AIDS on it. So even though AIDS is bullshit, now wrap it up. Keep your, because there is other shit out here, but that is some bullshit. Let's think about this for a while. Let's just think about this. And I ain't gonna spend too much time on this shit, but we're gonna talk about it real quick. Now I understand You know, you got other shit out here. Curable. All the shit really be curable. To them, it's a mind thing with these people. You gotta pay attention. They wanna fuck you up. They can tell you, they can put some shit out there and tell you it ain't no cure for it when really it is a cure. Really a herbal cure. You know what I'm saying? You just have to get outside they box of trying to find out what the fuck you need to do with your body and shit sometimes. Do what you feel though. You feel like the doctor got it, hey, don't pay me no mind. But when you look at let's just think about it. Why the fuck when we come to this planet or create this planet and create us and create this sexual process, and then here comes some shit that can make trying to get a nut off deadly. I don't think it's that deep. All the other shit, gonorrhea and all that shit and herpes, you can see that shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit when you dealing with some shit like AIDS, you just going off with the fucking white boy telling you or the doctor telling you, or you know, or you can't tell. That's why they told you that bullshit. It takes a long time to start developing and you can go without signs for years. No, they telling you that because the shit ain't real. Ain't no signs because they the ones really killing your ass. When you getting they mix up, you know what I'm saying? The shit they giving you and calling it the cures was fucking you up and all that. You know what I'm saying? So, that's why now we went from that and they know they had to. One thing about them, they ain't gonna treat like that. They can't totally give the fight up. They can't make themselves look that fucking bad. But they can't just keep themselves in that stupid box either. So instead of just coming out saying, hey, AIDS is fake, they're like, well, you know, now you ain't got to worry about catching it, or you can take stuff. Just listen to how stupid they think you are when they talk to you. Motherfucker said they got shit now that can bring AIDS down to the level of being undetected. If the shit is undetected, it means it's not there. But they won't let go. The motherfucker will not let go. Just said, so it's like, basically what they're telling you is, we gotta, even if you want to just step inside the realms of what they think, you think this shit is real. So they basically telling you, we have a cure, but we don't have a cure. They don't want to let go. They want to keep you mentally bonded to them through that shit. So they'll tell you, instead of just saying, letting you off the goddamn leash and saying, hey, this shit ain't real, they'll say, well, take this, we got some new shit called PrEP, and it'll bring your HIV level to where it's not even it's undetected. If it's undetected, it just say, at least just say you got some shit that'll wipe it out. Even though it's bullshit, but at least say that. They won't even say that. They'll tell you this shit to get rid of it, but want to keep you on that wagon. So when they say they'll make so what they're telling you is this shit will make it to where it's undetected, but you still have it. So if it's undetected, that means if somebody tests you, you're not gonna be able to see it. They not gonna be able to tell, which means you don't have the shit. So you see just pay attention to what these people be saying, man. But anyway, for the sake of the movie, they put that pamphlet up when Dean went in so many words as it was basically, I seen it as an encouragement, trying to encourage responsible sex. They're showing you Dean is, he's like he's represented with the root chakra, the sexual energy. So he's like a unchecked sexual energy. That's why you always why you always the one talking about, hey man, I ain't bagging on you. I know you ain't had nothing in a while. Or how you spent your spring break, Dean? Oh, I had sex with a chick 40,000 miles in the air and whoop. Everything, you know. So he represents that person, that wild whore. You know, for that person who doesn't have his sexual energies, even though they couldn't show it to the fullest degree in the movie, him fucking and all that shit. But the reason why he's the one that's always talking about sex and he's always bringing it up, they're trying to show you that he represents the ass head. the person who thinks with their dick or the person who thinks with their whose energy is trapped in their lower root chakra. So the only thing that they really mind really only thinks about is lower chakra shit or root chakra shit. They're trying to show you that with him. So when he go into the restaurant, they put that pamphlet in the background in so many words trying to show you that being a person who doesn't have sex responsibly like Dean can have dire consequences. Now we got, like I say, that's bullshit. The AIDS is bullshit, but there's other shit that can happen. They're not even just diseases and shit, just problems. You know, you fuck a girl and don't care about her and try to do her dirty and she mad and she finna bust your windows out, fatal, all kind of wild shit. So they trying to show you in so many words the dangers of being somebody like Dean, or the dangers of being somebody like Laney, and if you don't monitor the type of people that are pushing themselves up on you before you allow yourself to give yourself away to them, whatever. So I think that's what they was shooting for right there when they showed that. They were trying to show you that, hey, when Zach went in, they were showing you the hero. When he went in there, they were showing you the dangers of this type of mentality or whatever. So take it back to the restroom. He's in there bragging about how he's finna knock Laney down and shit. You know, showing you, they paint him in a pig-headed light. They put him in that misogynistic light or whatever. So this is when Preston, now remember, Gabrielle Union represented the female moral authority when she started to view Taylor different. And she wasn't a kiss up either, even though Taylor was supposed to be the lead of the girl group. They showed you that Gabrielle Union. I liked this part too, because they showed she wasn't just so goddamn monkey token girl. Because there was one scene when she was telling Taylor that, where Taylor said something, she was like, "Girl, you tripping." She was like, "Yeah, everything with you just been Brock this, Brock that." Ooh, like, so many words telling her, like, "Bitch, we know." You know what I'm saying? We don't come back to that. Like, we know you got a dude now, bitch, but you making our girl shit non-void with all this, you know. But she told her, as opposed to just being a yes girl, like, "Oh yeah, girl, Brock." She told her, like, "Nah, bitch, this nigga's," you know, you'll see in the movie, but 4-9 the room, D.I. died, Diablo double, let me see. Cause I think that's what he said. I think that's what it was. Dean was like, when he was in the restroom with the room key, he was like, "Tonight's gonna be an epic night." And I think Preston told him, "Why, you gonna die tonight?" or some shit. He told him some shit like that. Some shit like that. He said some shit like that. But let me see. Let me see. Alright, so I need to work on my handwriting. I don't know what the fuck I was saying right here. I'm tripping. Okay, so okay, so Preston tell Dean, he's like, "Laney ain't gonna have sex with you." You know, kind of swell up on him, and he walk about the restroom. And then Dean leaves the restroom, and then when they leave the restroom, Jesse come out the stall. So Jesse come out the stall, now he on a rush to try to find Laney before Dean get to her. Just like another house party movie, House Party 2, with your boy. I don't know if he was but House Party 2, same shit with kid. You had the dude who's supposed to be the dog ass nigga, whatever, acting like he disguised as the intelligent brother and all that shit, and but he fucking with Sydney, which was Tisha Campbell, and they trying to get her, especially towards the end, he trying to catch Tisha before I don't remember what the nigga name was in the movie, but before he could fuck over or whatever. Same shit right here. So that was another thing too. I was telling y'all about this, was about the Earth coming into fruition, right? Or creation of the world and all that shit. It's funny because and I'm not sure if it's him or not, but they were taking prom. They were showing the kids taking prom pictures, and Kim, one of little Kim boyfriends she was fuck with name is World. So when they was taking prom pictures, don't quote me on it, he kind of looked like him. I think I seen World on. I think he locked up now, but I watched a YouTube of him one time, or something on YouTube with him. So when I saw the movie, which was in '99, the dude they had Lil' Kim taking a picture with on the movie, I think that was World. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's who it was. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna cause I'm looking at him, he look kind of different, but I do have to take into consideration this was '99. The shit I seen with World as of, relatively speaking, as of late, was kind of after that. So he probably grew a little bit and he probably looked a little different in the movie. But I think that was him. I could be wrong. Damien World, Damien, that's the demon genius shit again too. So I don't know if that's World or not, but if it was, his name is fitting for the movie. Is what the point I'm trying to make. If that's what it was. So they do the prom. They announced the prom king, prom queen, and of course Zach wins prom king, and Taylor wins prom queen. So Blaney's in the crowd, and I think somebody was like, I can't remember who she was talking to, but somebody was like, man, that should have been you. And Laney said, nah, the right person won. And she was right, because when you look at it, this ain't even her get down. She ain't even know. She don't really give a fuck. She never gave a fuck about being the prom queen. Taylor wanted to be the prom queen. She didn't. She got finessed into the whole prom queen thing. But once she got there, she's like, fuck it, let's go with it. She started tapping into her inner Jessie and got into it. You know what I'm saying? And when she says the right person won, because for one, she looking at it like, you know what, I really didn't want this, they got me into this. She really wanted it. So despite the fact that this is a bitch and she I don't like the hoe, it's more fitting for her to win anyway, because this is her thing. This is not my thing. I'm not even a social person like that. So That's why she said that. You know, that's the message she was trying to get across. And then when Zach got on stage and gave his performance, he gave his speech. When he got on stage and gave that speech, he told you what it was. Him getting on stage, what he said in his speech was a throwback to what he said when they first made the bet. He was like, yeah, you think she all that, but I know her. We're talking about Taylor. He was like, you strip all that makeup away, you got a basic C cup, some shit he said, I can't remember what, but now he on stage, so he's giving his speech. And he was like, you know, this our last year, and blah, blah, blah. He was like, some of us made that big shot, some of us got that good grade. And then he looked at, and he said, some of us got a crown. And he looked at Taylor when he said that. So many words trying to tell her, bitch, you ain't about shit. You know, you ain't got, you a shell. You know, some of us making good grades, and we should celebrate for that. Some of us hit the game winning shot or whatever, and you just got a crown just to have a crown. Definitely telling her so many words, basically so many words trying to tell her you an empty vessel. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is all fugazi, you know. So you know, and you'll see it when you watch the movie. I'm fucking up. I'm not giving you a detailed description. I mean, as far as accuracy, but you'll see what I mean when you see it. Oh, that's what he said. Excuse me, I got it written right here. I'm hitting myself. He said, for a lot of us, this is as good as it gets. Aced that test, made that big score, and that's when he looked at Taylor and said, got a crown. Congratulations, bitch. You got a crown. For nothing. Really. Just but then Taylor gives her speech. And that spoke to something that you know, I always say periodically to myself at least, or just I'm aware of. Cause she gets on the stage and she was like, for everybody who voted for me, I'd like to say thank you. And for everybody that didn't vote for me, what the hell is y'all problem? And she goes into this long rant. So in so many words, they show you her, instead of dedicating the majority of her time on that stage, giving that speech to those that voted for her, she gave them a brief thank you, and then she spent the rest of her speech on some negative shit, talking about the people who didn't do shit for her. I found that quite interesting. In so many words, kind of like what I was, not kind of like it because it's kind of a different category, but it's kind of like what I was saying earlier about the whole Lizzo and the thing. And I don't want to say it like that because it's not. I don't want to. It's not. They're not. I'm not saying that her and trying to say that her and Coi Leray are like Taylor focused on the negative too much. But what I'm trying to say is, well, I'll just say what I'm finna say now. Kind of leans back to that. But what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to say that they did that. But what I'm trying to say is, sometimes we have to monitor how much energy we put into and we can just take it outside of that, just speak from a psychological level as opposed to just, you know, being some type of public figure or entertainer or some shit. We just take it, just make it plain for everybody. What I got out of that was sometimes we tend to focus more on the negative than the positive. I'm saying, or sometimes we give the haters more light, or we spend 4 or 5 hours ranting on our haters, and you might just tell you only dedicate 5 minutes to people that really love you by just saying thank you and it's cool. But them haters, boy, they get a lot of your attention. On that keyboard and yeah. So I think what I got out of that was basically saying that they were showing you that how she was negative, instead of enjoying the moment and saying things that pertain more to the people that helped her get to the prom queen thing, or the more positive. She wanted to go straight to the negative and be a nagging whore. So that was that. Alright. This is the end of the movie. Jesse and Mackenzie find Zach, tell Zach Lane he's finna try to they find Zach, try to tell him that Laney, that Dean's finna try to smash Laney. He finds about the hotel room and shit, so he jump in the car trying to find it. He calling all the hotel rooms. One of the first ones he called things Sunset Lakes. He's like, do you have a Dean checked in? But it's called Sunset Lakes. Sunset, end of the day, end of the movie. This was at night. So they show that. Then they go to the scene where after that they go to the scene where towards the end where the end of the movie where Simon and the old man sitting on the let me forget that too, because that was key. Let me go back to the cafeteria scene with Simon. When after Zach coming in and saves Simon, when they make the dudes eat the pizza, Simon and Zach are standing next to each other in that old classic Superman pose. Now Superman be standing, or heroes stand with but only thing about them is it was a little weird the way they had their shit, because they had their shit like, you hardly see a nigga with his hand on his hips, but you do see the old school superheroes and shit like Batman. I mean, like Superman comes to mind the most, but you know it's a heroic pose when you see they standing like this. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas they had Superman be having his shit like this, his hands on his hips like this. They had theirs like this coming from the back, but they had the elbows poking out or whatever. But they were standing next to each other like twins, like Osiris, Heru, or Horus and Heru. It was a twin thing, tall, little, and whatever. But the reason they were standing right there because it was a hero scene, because Zach was the hero, came in and saved Simon. So he got his hero pose, and by Simon looking up to Zach, that's what they were trying to show you when he started posing like him. He was showing you that Zach was his role model, or somebody he looked up to or whatever. I just had to make sure I put that one in there. So okay, when they back at the house and shit, well, they go to the scene where the old man and Simon sitting on the couch, and they sitting on the couch, and he's talking to him about talking to him about the summer, because over the summer, Simon was gonna start working in the pool business with his old man. So he was showing him different shapes of pool and shit, but Simon was falling asleep or whatever. This shit kind of reminded me of Bobby, because Bobby used to always talk about this deity called Echidna, and he said it had something to do with the kidneys, and he said he was saying how the so-called powers that be, or whatever you want to call them, one of their techniques against us is trying to keep us dehydrated and to fuck the kidneys up or something like that. That's why he was always telling motherfuckers, drink water, drink water. So when you get to this scene, he's showing, the old man is showing Simon different pool shapes. And he was like, this is the kidney shaped pool. Which pool it is? Simon falling asleep, she like, kidney pool, whatever. You tell him, like, no, you're going to have to pay attention if you're going to be working with me this summer, blah, 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 blah. So, so you got that, and then I think that's when Laney was coming home from the prom or whatever. Yeah, I think she had came home from the prom, and Zach was at the crib waiting for her. The old man had let him in. He was in the backyard though, waiting for her. So when she got there, he told her somebody went back there for her or whatever. Then she went back there. It was Zach. So her and Zach link up. They backed up. They hug each other. They hug each other. They start conversating. So Zach gets the time. He has a time. He has a chance to redeem himself. So he says, he tells her, I made that bet before I knew you, and before I knew me. Goes back to what I was telling you. He said, before I knew you and before I knew me. A new me. So what he's saying is, I didn't know, you helped me find out I was a god, or you helped me find out who I was. Laney is like conscious information. You could be a god, but until you tap into and not know it, and until you tap into the information that's gonna put you in a place where you can find it out and bring it out, you won't know. So and that's what she did with him. He was more so somebody that was special but didn't know why. And then he meet Laney and find out he's a god. Cause she already knew, but she had to she was one, a goddess or whatever. That's why she ain't like fucking with nobody. But so he said, before I knew you, he said, what did he say? I made that bet before I knew you and before I knew me. So what he was trying to tell her was, you helped me find out who I was. You helped me tap into parts of me that I didn't know existed or whatever. I didn't know myself till I found you. That's what he was saying. And so she asked me, what did you end up losing in the bet? Because remember, the bet was for was that basically Laney would be prom queen. And he said my best friend, talking about Laney. Go back to what I tell niggas about the whole best friend thing. I never got into that. Now I do have a homeboy that everybody, that if you was to ask people that know us, well, who's his best friend? And they would say, oh, his best friend is Sam, because that's how tight we was. And even that person would say that. But I never really got into it because I try to stay out. It's kind of, even though in cliques you got certain people that you might have a clique and everybody tight and hang together, but then you have certain duos within the clique, dynamic duos within them cliques and shit or whatever, or niggas that hang together the most out of the whole. Everybody hang together, but you see these two niggas together a lot on solo on separate missions from the whole clique or whatever. So I never really said that or got into the whole best friend thing because it sounded a little bit too much like favoritism amongst me and my niggas or whatever. And now I know that was just my logic behind the way I felt about it back then. But now I know really why I feel like there was why I put it like this. Your best friend is supposed to be your fucking lover, your wife or whatever, or husband. Cause you gotta think about it. They're supposed to be your friends too. Just like your kid, people are like, oh, I can't be friends with my kids. Like me and my brother was just talking about the other day. And what I was trying to tell him was, you can be friends with your kids and still have boundaries. You want to be friends. You want to try to have a friendship type of dynamic with your kids because you got to think about how they are with their friends. Kids tell their friends everything. Wouldn't you want your kids feel like they can talk to their friends about anything? Wouldn't you want your kid to feel like that? So before they do some dumb shit, they don't have to be afraid to come and ask you about it. They know, well, even if he's against it or even if she's against it, at least I ain't got to worry about them looking at me crazy for even coming to them or just whatever. Just being able to make your kids comfortable enough to want to talk to you about things that they probably should talk to you about before that shit leads to some other shit. You know what I'm saying? But so same thing with the man and woman dynamic. Your best friend, first and foremost, that's why your wife or your husband is supposed to be your friend. Y'all supposed to have a friendly relationship, right? It's just y'all a different type of friends. Y'all are intimate couple, but within that intimacy, that couple of intimacy, y'all are still friends. So y'all, see, when you deal with each other as friends and you a loyal person to your friends, that make it that much harder to fuck over your significant other. You know, niggas be talking about loyalty, but nobody never applied the whole concept of being loyal to relationships. What I mean by that, they do, but they don't. What I'm saying is, that a nigga say he loyal in front of his gal or in front of women or out loud, and say he loyal in regard to his woman, but and not be loyal. Just to say that to save face, but I'll give you an example. Let me tell you where I'm trying to go. A nigga be like, yeah, I ain't gonna cross my mans out. I'm a loyal dude, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna fuck over my guys, you know what I'm saying? And and I ain't gonna do this. And mean that shit. They really mean that shit. And they have that much enthusiasm about being loyal to a swinging dick. But then, outside of that, when it comes to their wife or their girl, they don't have that same type of enthusiasm towards being loyal to her. You know, so when you talk about this best friend thing, your best friend really is your significant other because y'all supposed to be friends. And who better to be your best friend than the motherfucker this the person you really becoming one with. This the person you getting your apartment or a house with, you having kids with, you got to split the bills or deal with the bills however you deal with them. This is the motherfucker you're going to spend the rest of your life with if things go the way that they're supposed to go, according to you. So if anybody's your best friend, it better be that better be the motherfucker you should be trying to develop the best friendship with. The person you got to lay down next to every night, your woman or your man. Both ways. I'm a man, so I speak from a man perspective initially, but go both ways. So I think that's the area of loyalty motherfuckers need to be worried about. You know, it's easy to be loyal to your friend, your homeboys or your homegirls and shit, but how loyal are you loyal enough to keep it 100 for the sake of you and your dude or you and your girl or whatever? Cause that's supposed to be your best friend. If y'all are friends, who better than my best friend? She need to have that. She need to have that fish down there. You know what I'm saying? She need to have that goddamn. Yeah. But but I just want to add that in there. But she said, "What you end up losing?" And Zach says, "My best friend." She taught me that we don't always have to have the answers right now, and he said she told me that we don't always have to have the answers right now, which is true. Even when you come to this conscious shit, it's like I know a lot of shit, but the shit I don't know, but still want to find out. Although I'll eventually make an effort to find it out. So much shit to learn. It's like once you get to a certain level, you don't have to necessarily be in a rush to find shit out no more. You know what I'm saying? You just let the shit come sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So I can dig what he said with that right there. And then they on the Laney's house is on the hill, so they sitting up high. You can see when you look in the scene, you can see the rest of the city. You can look off the hill and see the rest of the city or whatever. It's the night lights of the city. So okay, I'm tripping. It's a whole nother joint. So while they up there, he tells her, but she tells him, "I feel like Julia Roberts on Pretty Woman." Minus the prostitution part. So what she was trying to tell him was, "I feel pretty now." At first, I felt I didn't feel when she was just the nerdy lady. She felt like she wasn't worthy or beautiful. So now she was saying how she felt like Julia Roberts on Pretty Woman. She was saying, "I feel like a pretty woman now, coming of age." And then after she say that, you see these little lights on her back porch come on all around them. That represented the starlight in the sky when there was something I wanted to say to speak to that. Let me see. I'll write it down. Oh well. Anyway, but the lights come on. When he cut the lights on, that represents the stars, the putting in place of the stars or whatnot. He cuts the lights on, and basically that's another thing of representing the light being drawn out of the darkness. She says, I feel like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. That inner beauty transformed, or that inner beauty turned into outer beauty as well. The inner beauty represented the hidden light. That her beautifying herself represented the light being brought to the darkness. And then when the lights came, when her old man cut the lights on, old man, Osiris energy, light, Osiris' body got split up into 14 pieces. When you look up into the sky, the stars are all divided or whatever. So when he hit the light switch and cut the lights on, it represented the darkness coming out. The light coming out of the darkness. So all right. So now we're at the graduation scene. It's the last scene. Now, they calling, everybody's sitting down, they calling out names, you know, they calling out the names to walk across the stage. They call the names. Now here's another clue or another piece of evidence to show you that this movie was about water. And like I said, when I first started, when I bought the movie again, and started watching it again back in the spring to get ready to do this, as soon as I did that, it started raining like a motherfucker. Like it was raining it was raining. It was predominantly rain all that week, but it was potential flood and all kind of shit. But it didn't get that bad. At least not out here. I think somewhere else it flooded, like out on the outskirts of Houston or some shit. But it was just rain. It was like real rainy. And at the same time, it's the spring. That's rainy season anyway. But and then her name is Lainey. The L and the R interchangeable. Rainy. It all comes together. The shoes. The tree on my shoes. When you look at that I got before I watched the movie again, as of late. And then the tree on the scene with Simon in the beginning. All that shit lined up. But she tells he asked her about what happened with Dean. Take you back to the backyard scene. He asked her about what happened with Dean, and she said, based on so many words, she had this foghorn that when she blow it, it'll fuck you up, basically, fuck your ears up or whatever. So when she was saying when Dean tried to put the moves on her, she hit him with that foghorn and fucked him up. Got him up off of her. So now when you come over here to the last scene, the graduation scene, they calling out the names. One of the names they called out was Sky Rainwater. Sky Rainwater. Watch the movie, you'll see it. So Sky Rainwater. So they call that name, they call another name, and then they call Dean. When they call Dean, they had to tap Dean and tell Dean, hey, they calling you because the foghorn had fucked his ears up and shit. So he get up, he walk across the stage and shit. And then but take it back to the scene with him and Lainey in the backyard. She asked him, well, what was the terms of the bet? He was like, I never renege on a bet, trust me. And then when they went to the graduation, when they called Zach to come on stage, only thing he had on him was the gold, the little ribbon they give you when you graduate. All he had was he was naked. He just had that gold ribbon on. So I guess the terms of the bet was, you lose the bet, you gotta walk across the stage naked. More sexual shit, and Dean came with the terms. Because what did Zach tell him in the beginning of the movie? Tell me the terms. But they never told you what the terms were. They saved it to the end. But the terms was him on stage, naked. Now, you can look at it one hand, you can look at it and say that it's the sexual shit. But then ultimately, when you look at it, he got the ribbon around him, the gold ribbon. It's the horror's energy, and he's naked. As if he graduating, walking across the stage naked. It's like being born again. He's being revived. Lainey revived him or helped him recreate himself or helped him go through a rebirth. So when he was on the stage naked, he was like a baby. That's why it was like a baby coming out of the womb. That's why he went on stage naked. So when he got up and walked across stage, they showed Lainey, she laughing and shit, and then she laughing, and he when he was sitting down, waiting for his name to be called, he had the gold ribbon on, and he had what? A ball, a soccer ball, over his genitals or whatever. So he got up and he walked across. When he got him walk across the stage, they showed Laney laughing at him while he walked across the stage naked, and then they showed the ball coming to Laney and she catch it. So in so many words, what they were trying to show you was he gave it a D, but they had to, they can't use kind of a, it's a teen movie, so they're a little raunchy, but they can't. They ain't want to just show you him fucking at the end of the movie. So instead of that, they symbolically show you when he threw the ball. What they were trying to say was he's transferring the sperm, or he gave it a wood, or whatever you want to call it. And then I think the second one, he's all that. I think that's about Laney's daughter. So we don't know what happened. I don't know if something happened to Zach or what, but I didn't see Freddie Prinze in the credits, so I think I'm gonna watch that. I remember when it came out. He's all that. I remember seeing the commercial for it because, like I said, I seen this movie in 2016, and I already had my plans on doing this breakdown eventually. So when I seen He's All That, of course it piqued my curiosity. Not enough to go look at it at that time, but I think somewhere probably around probably in a minute here. I'll go watch it and see what's up. See if I can see anything in that in connections to this one right here. Because sometimes one movie can have shit in it, and then somebody else can take over the movie and take the shit to a whole other direction. But he throws with a ball and shit. But like I said, the Sky Rainwater part, look for that too. And he throw with a ball. And then my song come on. Kiss me. I love that song. I ain't gonna lie, man. That's the little theme song throughout the whole movie. That shit is bomb. Like, I don't know what it is. What's that, a accordion or something they playing? I think that shit do something to me. That shit had me feeling like, I don't know. That's a badass song though. Kiss Me. Bad motherfucker, man. Give me pencil. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna retire y'all for the night. I hope y'all enjoyed this as much as I did, or even more, really more than I did, because I'm the one that gotta do the damn talking. So, I think I'm gonna do an overview. I think I'm gonna watch this movie one more time, and while I'm watching, I like the movie, so I'm gonna always watch it. But I think I'm gonna watch it one more time and just to get a little bit more detail on the actual dialogue. I can show you what the simple, like there's certain parts when he said this, she said that. I certain things I might want to go back over, but I think I'm gonna bring them pictures out, so I can show you. So when I tell you, when I tell you that so basically I can show you what I'm trying to tell you when I'm breaking the movie down in so many words. So man, this show groovy, if I may say so myself. But yeah, so yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the movie that go with this one next first, I think, and I think I'll double back probably sometime, maybe in the fall or something. That one shouldn't be this long. This shit's like 10 hours right here, so I know y'all probably like this shit. They're crazy. But that next one ain't gonna be that long because I'm not gonna go throughout the movie. I'm just gonna go to certain parts of the movie where I can identify the creation process being represented and show it to y'all. So that one probably won't be done but like an hour or two, unless I do some extra talking and this shit about other shit. But you got the part and the longness of this 2 parts. I hope y'all can sit through it. If you gotta chop this shit up in the baby nugs, do what you gotta do. But pay attention. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna close this one on out, man. I hope that y'all are satisfied listeners after this jump. And with that said, peace.